Addiction thinks in circles, whereas invention thinks in spirals.
Yes. Yes.
And
Yes.
I
Yes.
love it. And spiral is not one dot, it's actually one seed becoming bigger and bigger and bigger
Mhm.
and bigger and bigger and bigger.
So I'm grateful for that. And then two, just the pain just reminding me like this body is so amazing.
Where else can you go
Hmm.
other than inside? And
Hmm.
when you're so almost like forced to face yourself, you find lots of love. Record. Hi, Eric. Last time we recorded, you had a long hair, big beard. I think this is our first time recording with your short hair.
Yeah,
Correct.
I think so. Yeah. No, actually 21. I just cut it.
21. Where have you been all my life? It's like the moment we stop, the things change. It's like your entire life went upside down. Your hair, your
Yeah.
attitude, your eyes, your energy. Just kidding. I'm
Yeah.
blabbing. There's so much to say anyway. How are you? What's your weather right now? Like internal weather, mind, body,
Um,
soul.
yeah, I was thinking about how I was gonna open this today because um how do you put this into words? It feels like subtle energies and the material plane are really mixed, like paint mixing. So I'm just like driving, doing tasks, like very normal tasks, like getting gas or taking the kids somewhere, and I'm like, what time is it? Like, how long have I been? Like, I forgot I was driving. Like, just very like kind of fluid, melty. Melty is a
Do
good
you feel like you're in between
word.
something?
Yes. Yes.
Is it a limbo or is it like a less dense space?
It doesn't feel dense at all. I think that's the weird part. Because I can't place myself like, oh, I'm like purging out suffering, or oh, I'm like really experiencing higher states. It's just like, no, but it's not like, but it's, I don't know. People
Okay,
are
so
gonna
do you like this state? Do you like it or do you get freaked out by it?
like, well, what's funny is I don't know. This is the first time where I'm like there's times when I'm feel really connected, but how do you describe it? Like the times when I feel really connected, I feel like Shakti or a great spirit is like pulling me out of my body, but then my body's like just stretching instead of like being completely gone. It's like the only way I could describe it is like very psychedelic. Like it feels like I've taken something today, which I haven't, and but I'm just going about like normal tasks. And but like it's like the things that you normally would think about, um, they don't require any thought. They just kind of happen on their own. Like they're being done for me. And then there's a lot of contemplation today. Just been like a lot of
Mm,
like deep,
awareness.
deep awareness, deep contemplation.
So, were you aware of these states and spaces before you read the key or after you read the key?
Well, I've read this before, but this just happened on its own. And then I read after and I was like, well, just kind of going along with the theme for today.
So cool. Okay. The
Your turn.
22nd. Well, I thought of 22nd totally different. I thought as like the other end of the 55. I never read it before. I know you
Oh,
have both. So because when I read the 55, it referenced the 22nd, and it referenced it as something entering the body, how I understood it, versus 55, something exiting the body. So it's like the pure oppositions. And when I read it, I felt like my way of understanding the realms and spaces, potentiality of our ascension changed. And I loved it because it's a new way of thinking about it, rather than thinking there's one step, second, third, that's it. It actually gave a further expansion to my knowledge. And it just felt like, oh my God, there's really no end to any of it as we think of. So it really expanded my understanding, even though it didn't really touch such detail. It was very metaphoric. It was very, I need to think about what I just read. But I loved the novelty of it. I loved the information that I received just by reading The Shadow. So today is our part 1 of 22nd because it's long, and you have it. So I was trying. I also know one more person who has it, and I was trying to understand it from their lenses, but it's really hard to understand it from someone else's lenses because it speaks of such suffering that I am not familiar with, right? So we can dive in, but I am very, very curious to hear what you have to say about this 22nd. Do you feel it? How do you feel it? How does it show up? Can you give some examples? Do you actually feel it on the level of dense body, or do you feel it outside of your body in auric level, or do you feel it as someplace else out there? So I'm very, very curious. So let's dissect. There's a lot to dissect just in this shadow.
Yeah. I'm excited to dive in.
Okay. So first thing I want to ask you, how it starts. The sweetness of suffering. When you read it, do you feel sweet or do you feel sour?
So when I read The Shadow today, it was actually mostly sweet. Mostly sweet just because of the perspective, I would say. Like the ability for me to zoom out and look at it from a different perspective. And maybe that's a protective mechanism. So when we get into like the talking about emotions as the Akashic part, I was like thinking about you. Oh my gosh, Melissa's gonna have a lot to say here. And then also like the Bardo, how that relates.
Totally.
But I'm like, I think there's still some unconscious programming that happens for me where it's like programming not to feel whatever it is. And so instead of feeling, I'll like justify or I'll change. Like my natural tendency is to jump into like an explanation so I don't have to feel it, or like whatever, just something to get away from it. So I would say the sweetness was more clear than the suffering, but I can notice the potential for me to avoid the suffering, to want to avoid the suffering. So they're both there. It's just I more readily accept the sweetness. I'm like, I'll take the sugar, but don't give me the bitter after.
So, and is your suffering only related to emotions? Avoidance of emotions? Or
is it only related? No, I don't think so. I think it's like, I think it permeates through every potential.
So can you speak on how do you, when you say you want to run away from the suffering, give me something sugary, what are you really speaking of? Is it the heart that hurts? Is it the emotion of sadness that hurts? Is it unfairness, injustice, disorientation, lostness, emptiness? Like, how do you feel this specific suffering?
Yes, to everything that you said. I felt like all of that clicked and resonated. Um, to me, the way I familiarize myself with the feelings that relate to suffering is in layers. And so like the surface layers would be like sadness or more like easily accessible emotions. And then if you
Mm.
go deeper, and I think of like the lowest or the deepest layer being um like mistrust of the universe, um
Mm-hmm.
like not feeling like the loneliness to like a point of feeling like my place in the here and now is a mistake, like. And so there's elements of contemplation, like a thought I have right now, which my initial reaction was to avoid it, was um there's no, like, in terms of referencing pain, there's no way that I would choose this. So there must have been a mistake along the way. I don't belong here, or this can't be what I'm here to, like, what am I going to learn from that level of pain or that level of despair? And so it's like my mind comes in and rationalizes it and says, don't worry, body, you don't have to feel this right now. We'll
Mm.
figure it out. And then I read about the bardo and I'm like, well, shit, I should probably figure this out, because if it's that much more intense after, I don't want to be like in that hell.
Okay, so let's speak on that exact thing, because it's like, let's take it as mind and body, and mind will tell the body what sensations to feel. But rather than coming, and this is 55 versus 20 seconds, so rather than coming from your mind to the body, can we reverse it and go back from the body to the mind and change the entire context of the story and narrative the mind is telling us? Which is why I really want to know, when you had this thought, did you actually have the sensation in the body somewhere?
Which thought?
Like,
The one I just shared?
yes. So if you can recall
Um,
the thought, recall exact thought, and see, can can you feel it somewhere in your body?
oh, it's like upper spine, lower brainstem.
What is it? Tingling
It's like
sensation.
yeah, strong tingling, discomfort, like when you sense um someone watching you, or you sense like something dangerous, and like it's not
Mm.
like goosebumps, like, oh, this is a good thing. This is more of
Mm.
like, yeah, better watch
Mm.
out, better be careful.
So it's this creepy sensation for danger,
Yeah.
which is the kind of permeating a little bit of fear.
Yeah, which is funny because usually I associate fear with um lower abdomen, gut. And this is like high. This is like existential dread, existential fear.
Yeah.
Strange.
You see, so once we start digging into the body, and what he's talking about really resonated a lot. It was like, oh my God, because we don't talk. We don't deep dive into the bodily sensations, into our
Hmm.
somatic experience of the actual. So what we think is sadness and suffering ends up being just a fear. And that fear stems from some story backwards.
Hmm.
So what we think of as a suffering, it really does not resonate most of the time in our bodies as the suffering or as the pain or as the sadness. And if we can kind of dig deep dive into it, it alleviates the actual pressure that makes us run away from it and postpone it for next time, or get us distracted or intentionally digress from this path rather than feeling it. So how I feel the sensations, and I don't name them. And I feel like the moment we name the pain, heartbreak, the suffering, I'm sad, I'm depressed, we give it so much power rather than I feel tension in my heart. Or it's like I really feel like I want to choke. Just by saying it, you can feel that there is an emotion attached to it, that there is a heaviness, there's an energy. And you don't know what I'm sad about, right? You'll never know, but that doesn't really matter. What matters is that awareness of, I feel my when I read this, I just feel like I want to choke, or my stomach just sank down and I just felt the sensation of emptiness, of void, or heaviness, or right. So I really want to normalize this for this 20 seconds, is that the suffering doesn't need to be applied just generic way. It's like if we are free or comfortable to sink underneath what we say the story of or narrative we give it, underneath it, there's so much richness of the emotions that we're feeling, and often they come and they just pass. So what he's pointing out, and he has been pointing out through shadow work from day one, from the Gene Key 1, is that it's a chemical process that has to pass through the body. And if we stop it and we try to digress from it, we are actually postponing or pausing the natural chemical alchemy in the body and process that has to go through in order for it to be completed and not get postponed for the later on for us to deal with. Really cool.
Question on that.
Yes.
Does emotion carry information? Like, how do you view that relationship potentially?
Yes. I am by no means expert in this. I have a lot of emotions. And when I take them and I allow them to happen, I know it will end. So this is how I see it. It's like there's this regulating states, and in the regulation of the nervous system, our sympathetic and sympathetic nervous system, automatic nervous system shuts down, and it is 5 million years old, 500 million years old. And it used to take us in the places where we just had to defend ourselves as amoebas back in the day. So we're talking in the system that evolved to give us something that automatically reacts to threat and for our survival. So it is there to protect us. And it's often, which is really interesting, actually associated with the spinal cord and thoracic part of the spine, which is if you were to take your hand from top down and the hand from bottom up, the thoracic part of the spine shoots the nervous system that actually speaks on the sympathetic autonomic nervous system, sympathetic part of it. So by moving the spine, you're actually activating this fire that slowly regulates. It often happens through the flow of yogas, through the bend backs, and you feel, like activated, a lot of activation. So emotions are the states that we get into when we give the narrative to the story from the past, and our automatic nervous system reacts to it like it's happening right now. And we turn around and we're like, "Ooh, you said that triggered something from the past that my brain remembered, and my entire nervous system shut off or on. And now I became dysregulated. And now I'm not in the equilibrium of where I get to create, where I get to sleep well, where I get to digest the food correctly, where I get to actually contribute something gift of me." But if I'm in the dysregulated states, which is often related to the story, the narrative, and we give the meaning, the power, and etc., and we literally have the curtain, we can't see it. And you remember how we were talking about the rational part of the brain that goes offline, and until you regulate back, to rationalize, your brain doesn't really receive that information. So we have to be able to find the way to self-regulate and self-soothe, and then work through our emotions as to associate them back through the present. Because if you turn around left and right, you will see you're safe. There's no tiger behind you that wants to eat you alive. There's no war. Like there's nothing is putting you in a danger for you to die. But your nervous system is literally reacting like that from somewhere. And that's then we associate the story, and then we give it the name of the emotion. And oftentimes we give it a trendy name. Nowadays we give everything a name that it's very trendy. So we feel like we belong, but that's a totally different story. So emotions are just the sensations in the body, how I process them. They come based on something that was offline in the brain that my entire nervous system reacted to, and now dysregulated me totally. Now I'm going through this alchemical and chemical process in my body, and I know. So it's going to come through the form of rage, anger, tears, sadness. I feel I need to nurture myself. So I close off and I contract completely. And often these are the states that we don't reach out for help. We need to connect back to another person. We need that touch from another. We need the words of safety. We need to regulate back and figure out how to get safe in order to actually get back in the normal evolutionary state, right? So I did say a bunch of stuff now, but if that answers your question.
It does, and more. I think you touched on the potential processes of healing our relationship with emotion itself. Because it's like, how do you, it's probably the most addicting thing is the emotional states and then the reactions we have to it. So if we're so used to labeling, justifying, creating stories around it, running the story behind the why over and over again, like talk therapy, thinking that's going to move things along. And you're saying it's just meant to be felt. And so is Richard here. They're meant to be felt and move through, and you're meant to trust that it's there for a specific reason, or at least it's just there for you. It's like it's just for you right now and right here.
Yes, we will always have something that will trigger the emotional reaction, either anger, either sadness, or loneliness, or regret. Yeah. Something will always trigger us. But we're talking the system that has lived for millennia and millennia backwards, and it does this on its own without us actually really trying. If I were to tell you just one sentence right now with a different sound, I would actually hurt some part of you, and you would immediately change the story, change the narrative about me, try to protect yourself, defend yourself, and have all these different protectors that are coming in to protect you. And you're like, what is happening? All the body just does it. Your heart starts to pump, your blood pressure is changing, your entire hormonal system is changing. It's like total reaction. So often we're not conscious about what happens like this, but if we were to just allow it, and I'm not saying like there are the medical states where you really need to reach for help to regulate back, but thinking of it as the deregulation, natural human body deregulation of the system that is trying really hard to protect you and figure out the energy, where to use the energy. You're talking when you're so, the states when you're so sad or you're so low on energy, you're drained. But you're not drained because maybe you're drained for someone else sucking your energy out, but often you're actually working really hard to stay alive. And you're just using all your energy budget for that day until you go to bed, you totally disconnect, you replenish, you wake up in the morning and you're ready to go. Like that can happen.
Well, it's funny too, because we interact with the Akashic field in our dreams and in our sleep, and that's where the healing can take place. Like if we're so used to blocking it, right? We have the energy budget. We think that's what's happening. And so we get so tired that we have to fall asleep, and we fall asleep. We don't really know what happens, but we wake up and we're like, yep, my energy budget is different now. it's just interesting to contemplate on that. Like
Mm-hmm. Where is it coming
we
from?
think it's just
How?
physical, the sleep
Mm-hmm.
component, but how much of it is these emotions being able to play out so that we can be with them. It's like whether we want to or not, they will happen. But I think what we're talking about here is getting to a place of trust where we recognize it, we feel dysregulation, and we can respond using something like yoga or breath or just, just maybe just recognizing like I'm dysregulated and then allowing space to come back to some kind of center or be centered. Um, I think it's easier said than done. Kind of what I was speaking about is like 500 million years, this limbic system, just reaction, fight or flight. And now we're almost like putting what do you call it with horses? Putting
Horsepower?
stirrups on it, like trying to rein it
Oh,
in.
oh,
We're like, yeah, let's get control of this thing.
yeah. And we're so complex. Nothing gets wiped out easy and solved like that. And to expect it to be healed, it's not fair because you're setting yourself up for failure. To expect never to feel sadness, it's like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, it's impossible. Like, you need to feel these emotions. I think we just have to figure out how to look at them as temporary states, not as something that you park for a long time. Right. And to try to really learn how to come back to that trust, to
Mhm.
that. And you often say trust in the universe is really concept for you that you can't connect to, right? It's like it doesn't exist. And these are all the conceptual potentials. I see them as something that you can gift to your brain as an information and possibility that you can hold on to. Every single word, every single energy that comes our way, we're actually absorbing all this information and we are learning through all of it, through people we hang out with, through songs we listen, through words and books we read. It's like even in silence, you're learning a lot about yourself when you meditate or exit the state of consciousness. So it's like it never stops. But here's the one I want to just hear what you have to say. I highlighted it. It says, in the sense, 22nd Gene Key needs to be approached in a prayerful and reverent manner and in the spirit of nakedness. Full amount of meanings here.
Yeah. Mm.
What does this mean to you?
Mm. Well, when I think of the words prayerful and reverent in the spirit of nakedness, I think of whatever you want to associate with divinity. So for each person, it could be different. But like if you were to approach the highest divine thing, like whatever that is, if it's God or spirit or whatever, in what way would you do it? I think of prayerful, reverent, and at first you wouldn't think naked because it's like you're exposed and but it makes sense. You wouldn't want to approach something that can see you anyway in a state of trying to hide, in a state of
Mm.
like I need to cover up because you don't know what I got.
Mm.
That was my first reaction, but maybe as it relates to this gene key, that's interesting because he says the actual gene key needs to be approached in that way. This
Mm.
22nd. Yeah.
So what this reminded me is that when everything fails in life, we turn to God. Hence why religion is still head going strong, loosening up a little bit, but going strong. We turn to God. Somehow, somewhere there, part of us, if not whole of us, at that moment of loss and fall, last resort, believes that something else will save us. And there's this innate trust through the prayer of something outside of us, which is so far away up there, that gives us the sense of safety or longevity, or save me, I will be saved. And even though we don't know rationally what is there, we still trust it. And what I thought that he was meaning is that you can trust the bottle and give it such a meaning. You can create something as an information, a body, an entity, a form, an imaginary story that you look up to that gives you this sense of safe survival. So what he's saying, how I understood it, is like, no matter what, this is going to come down to you and you're going to feel it in your body because it's coming into your body. 20 seconds is coming into your body. You're going to end up feeling all these emotions and it's happening faster and faster. And rather than looking elsewhere, you are approaching this fall into your body, into your soma as, whoa, I'm looking at it as if I'm looking into the Christ consciousness, into something so much bigger than me, because I'm part of it. That's how I understood it. And you approach it as, rather than looking upwards and praying for survival, I'm actually looking inwards. And as I'm praying, I'm saying to myself, hey, I really want to work on this and be better. I want to be able to find the joys, find the happiness within. And as if 20 seconds is literally moving you inward rather than looking elsewhere. And inward, this spirit of nakedness is like, only you know yourself so raw, so naked that no one else will ever get to know you that well. You go to bed with you. You are your own light and darkness. You know, you take showers with yourself. You're so raw and naked within here. And if we are able to actually open ourselves, crack open, you're never going to hurt yourself, right? So we don't have this innate need to put the salt on our wounds. We actually are going to nurture these rawness, this nakedness. And by that, the self-love comes very soft and slow and patient and nurturing. It's like, that's how I understood it. Tell me.
Yes, beautiful. I think sometimes I think too much about a potential audience, so I frame the way I describe things so that it's like most acceptable. But I would say, in my view of divinity, we are all a part of God. We are all like the source manifest in human form. And so what you're saying by turning the attention back inward, it is turning the attention to God. It just wouldn't look like it in a religious sense, a traditional religious sense of like looking out there, looking up, or facing the east, or whatever it is. And in like the prayerful manner, I think of like meditation that happens, or in the reverence, I think of the way that we come together and talk about the jinkies. I feel like it's very reverent. Like we allow it to be a separate entity, and we don't try to claim like that we figured it out, or that we have ownership, or that we yeah, I think of that. So beautifully said.
Really cool. The fact that I actually thought about it totally differently when I read it versus now that it's coming. It's like, damn, this is ever changing. I wonder in an hour will I change my mind about what I just said.
What did you, when you first read it, since you're bringing it up, what did you think?
I don't know. I was thinking about it more in a dense way of the literality of it, like in a literal sense of what the suffering can totally mean, rather than what is really feeling. What is it feeling like? What is it in the body? Can we not illustrate it? Can we name it? Can we find it? Can we give it a form, or are we really just thinking about it rather than feeling it?
Hmm.
I don't know. It just totally
Yeah.
like shifted, totally shifted the way I'm thinking about it. Okay. Ooh. See? Okay, can I just say something?
Yeah.
Right now, if I were to describe my emotion, I feel this huge ball of energy in my energetic heart. And it feels so like a ball, like a heavy, not the volleyball, like a basketball. It's like concrete, steady. It's just pumping like this. The sensation is like my rib cage is gonna explode. I'm running out of breath. So do I feel regulated or dysregulated? I feel that I'm not like smooth sailing, but something actually brings my energy. And if I think of my spine, it's like I feel really ready for action, right? It's like, where is this coming from? And especially if it's a new information given to the brain, which I'm fascinated by because we often go back to our solar plexus for wounds. And below the diaphragm, all the way in solar plexus, it's like what our brain already knows. And it's pulling it all the way from our past, who knows where. So often we refer to what it knows, but if we give it a new info, totally different story, new thoughts, new way of thinking, potentiality, it's like it brooks you up for life. You feel the zest of life. It's really interesting. Oof,
Hmm.
I'm running out of hot, actually. I'm like, this fire, damn it. Okay. Okay, so the shadow is dishonor, and this is such a heavy word because of the context that we give it usually. And what does dishonor mean to you?
Hmm. Oh,
Mm.
there was one paragraph I read that really hit home for me. Which is kind of what I jumped ahead earlier. Subduing any state or feeling is to dishonor and distrust that feeling, which prevents acceptance. And so again, it's distrust, right? Which I've mentioned is like my core wound is distrust. And then in the sense of the external being internal, like distrusting my own emotions, that how could this be something that I've called, how could this be like an experience that's good for me? In the moment, feels like shit. So I distrust it. I want to escape from it. I want to change it. I want to rationalize it. I want to do anything but feel it. And
Mhm.
in that, I dishonor it. I remove the potential for there to be honor and reverence for the emotional state.
Mhm. So, is it easy to not trust your mind in those states when you know that you're dysregulated, which is instantaneous protection, protection, protection? Your mind is going to protect you always until you live here.
Yeah.
That's its job to protect you. But is it easy to say, I don't trust you now because I know I'm dysregulated? So everything you're telling me, wrong, 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 I'm actually not taking it as a truth.
Is it easy to say I don't trust my mind? Not right now.
Can you ever, can you ever
I don't know.
say
That's
it?
because who's the one saying it? Doesn't that come from the mind?
It's, it's your consciousness,
Yeah.
your awareness, actually, because you know your mind is there to protect you, which is often defensiveness, which is often pulling you from this sensational feelings. But if you were like, give me just 20 minutes to feel it, just 20, and go take a coffee, just go walk, and let me see what this feels like just for 20 minutes in time.
Mm-hmm.
Can you do that? How hard or easy it is for you to do that?
Yeah, I can. I think I can do that. I would say similar to, well, let me ask you this. Like, so that ball of energy you have here,
Mhm.
does it come with an impulse to like want to move?
You mean to move the body or
Yeah.
move? It felt power. It felt, and here's another thing, it never comes the same. It's not a sensation that it's familiar to me, that I've known. And if it's new to me and I don't really know what to do with it, rather than I feel elevated by it. I feel like I'm about to explode. It's like it's gonna explode me in a million different pieces. It's like I will take it. Why? Because the sensations in my body are pleasurable. So inspiring, creative, like I'm waiting to win. Like, right. So it's like my entire nervous system is now has this like expectation of some sort of pleasurable emotional states that are coming. And it comes and it stops. And then it shows up and stops. It often comes from as a sharp wave that just shoots through the body and my torso. Right. It used to take me to the bathroom often for some reason. I needed to just like purge. And it changes, but it never comes as the same exact emotion. The difference between feeling sad is the sadness feels the same again and again and again and again, and as if I'm looping the same exact thing again and again and again. But these sensational inserts are always mostly new. So I don't know, it felt fiery, powerful, and hot.
Yeah. So the sadness is looping. Is it, what sensation is there with sadness? What's the somatic experience?
Okay, I'll recall the most recent one. This weekend, I just cried. And I had a moment where I touched the parts of me that desired connection. And these are the parts of me that had so much love, but the love was not reciprocated. So the belonging for it felt lonely, right? So it was just like, okay, if I'm digging into what is a sensation, it was just heavy. And I felt my entire body slowed down. My digestive system, I was not hungry entire day. I didn't eat. I was not thirsty. Everything was shut off.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to just cuddle. I was cold. Like I literally
Yeah.
had this total body transformation, and I'm usually full of energy and I'm upbeat and I have a lot of energy to carry in physicality, but my entire system just shut off because I experienced the loneliness and I experienced the no the aloneness in desire, where I wanted the connection and connection was not there. And then I gave, as if like I'm giving the hands to be loved by my parents, and my parent just turns around the head. Right. So it's like, it may be that exactly what happened in the past in my childhood, but I don't know. The image of childhood didn't come up to the surface, rather than it was just a full sensation. And it was so profound that I just cried for entire day for 2.5 hours. And then I took a shower. I knew there's so much more to purge. And I just continued crying until I just got swollen. And I knew it. Today is the day when my body really just needs to reset. And it was such a purge, nothing worked in my body. My going to bed was really hard. To fall asleep was really hard. But
Mm-hmm.
in the back of my mind, my awareness of it was as if I'm looking myself as a third person down on what is happening to this human, me. Tomorrow is a new day. Meaning I always knew I had tomorrow. And tomorrow the energy will just potentially be different. So let me give it a chance to be different. And I did. And I woke up and I'm like, the fuck, where did this go? Okay. Going to yoga, going to, I'm hungry. It's like total reset back. So if I didn't allow it and I pushed through it, I think I would just stick it somewhere for it to sit in a darkness, and that I will need to address it much later again. So if it comes, I take it, and I take it anywhere it hits me.
Did you dream? Did you remember your dreams that night?
No, no, not
Oh.
that night. Well, actually, I um I had a wave of dreams coming in for the couple of nights, and then they just died down. But that's, oh, you're asking because of the, all right, connected.
Yeah.
But that, why were you asking?
So you had dreams leading up to that day, and then they died down after.
It was as if wave of dreams came for the couple of days around it,
Uh-huh.
around that burst, emotional burst.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
So are you alluding that we heal in dreams?
I think so. I
Mm.
think a lot happens um in the astral that it's directly tied with the astral body, which is emotional. And
Mm.
so whether we're some teaching I've read talks about cleansing your emotional state, like calming your waters as a way to awaken your astral body, which is this is like off topic, but um just in a theoretical sense, uh like emotions and the astral and dreams are deeply connected, because often when someone has recurring nightmares or some real dark shit, it's like it's kind of the same thing running over and over again. Like you're running from someone that's trying to kill you,
Mm.
or you're coming after a loved one with a knife and you don't know why. Like you wake up and you're so disturbed by your own actions. Like these things that just keep happening, and they keep happening to these people. I think of my mom. She has similar, like those two archetypes of nightmares that recur. And I used to have recurring nightmares as well. And they were about three dreams that would just over and over and over again. And I haven't had them in a long time. And I've been cognizant, I've been aware of my emotional states. I've been
Mm.
doing this work of looking in and finding out what's there. I've been listening when there's sensations or there's memories or there's trauma, and I've been sitting with it. And then those dreams, they don't need to happen anymore because
Mm.
like the underlying fear has moved, has been shifted. So it's like, okay, now the dreams can change. They can be more pleasant. Um, but
Mm.
also like, we're human beings, so we'll always have emotions and we'll probably always have dreams until we ascend to one of the other seven bodies that we'll talk about later.
Mm. So you
Yeah, go ahead.
so you're saying is that if the emotion comes to you and you're able to actually process it and allow it in awake time of your day to day, in the awareness and a conscious mind, then the dreams, which is unconscious, dissipate.
Yeah. The dream is
Huh.
like the backstop for you not completely falling apart.
Isn't it
Like,
so cool?
yeah. Because I feel like, especially with nightmares, if there wasn't an outlet for the fear, um, it would build and build and build until you like your heart just stopped, or you stopped being able to accept food. And like we can also talk about how emotions manifest through disease and through somatic issues, and we talk about like these are somatic sensations, and we talk about not labeling them as just sadness, but what are the sensations that are happening, not labeling it as joy, like, oh, I feel this ball of energy in my heart, my rib cage is going to explode, because we recognize the body as a vessel and a vehicle for light and information and energy, and then we then enable the transition, the transformation of that information that exists in the energy that's coming in. And that's what emotion, energy in motion, is coming through. And again, you said too, like it's not the same thing every time, it changes. Well, of course, it's in motion, so it has its own way of manifesting in you. And I just want to briefly, not to pick on you, but you said sadness comes up, it's the same thing every single time. And then I kind of asked you about it more and more, and you described like 10 different sensations. And I'm like, well,
Yeah.
I would question, if you're having the same 10 sensations every time, they're probably a little bit different, but
I think what is the same is the narrative. The
right.
brain does give it because it assigns it to a specific story.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the things that are cycling. But yes, if we were to even go down into the sensation of the sadness, it will probably sit someplace else and it will have a different sensation. Totally true. I meant to ask, oh, I forgot. Sorry, because you were going and I was like, I'm gonna ask this. I want to ask this. Oh, so isn't that cool that the dreams are also our protecting us? What you're saying is that dreams can be healing as rest, for example, and our unconscious states and our entire existence in this sleep and no sleep state is a constant 24 hours, constant filtering to become lighter.
Yeah.
Like there's always a mechanism that it's there for us to evolve us, to help us evolve.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's hellish,
Right.
you know. That's I think I really like the story, how you put it out there. It's like even if you sleep, you're actually healing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story. You don't know, is it true or not? Nobody's there to say it's truth or not. But as a potential, as a story, as an inspiration, that even when you're not aware, parts of you are actually really working towards the betterment, one or the other way.
Potentially, yeah. And I would say, speaking on truth, like with a capital T, that's something we can't know, but we can know our own truth, the experiential truth, like the truth that we experience. So if you have dreams and you can recognize how they are related with your emotions or things that you need to process, then it's true for you. And if you don't experience that or you don't have it, then it's not true for you. But it doesn't mean it's not overall true. It's just not relevant to you in the moment, right? So
Yeah.
for just to quickly offer like a story, I would have I can specifically think of when I was a teenager, I would have dreams, and I stopped like kind of labeling if it was a nightmare or dream. This is a dream. But they would be either really difficult to process or really bizarre, like really beyond the normal world that I was living in, or really charged, like really emotional. And I would wake up from the dream and feel like I was in a whole different world. And it would take me sometimes like 2 weeks to kind of quote unquote get back to normal. So if I had a dream that was like a little disturbing, I would like if you were my friend in school, you'd be like, something happened to Eric, like something kind of weird because he like just stopped talking and he seems really disturbed. And then I would stop getting sleep because I'm like overthinking and processing. But the reality is like whatever was going on or whatever I carried through from childhood, plus like the things that teenagers do, like watching horror movies. Um, like just not being mindful about the inputs that we have, and then it's got to go somewhere. Like, what do you do
Mm.
with as a 12-year-old, like watching a serial killer take out take people out like one after the other, and you're just like experiencing that. So it's like um often it's something as simple as like what you said in the beginning, which is in the Akashic record we have every thought, every emotion, and that relates to like the songs that we allow ourselves to hear, the media that we watch, um the messages that we allow friends and family to say out loud, and for us to just be like, well, that's just how they are. That's just how my dad is. He just says that stuff. It's okay. But it's like it's really not okay, because it's shifting the landscape of how we view reality, and by just accepting it, by being submissive to it, we allow that to become the manifested truth in the moment. So it's just kind of looping all that back to some of the sensation I have with this gene key is, and speaking of the Akashic component, like every thought, deed, action, emotion is recorded for eternity. It's like, oh shit. Of course we should have to know shit.
Yes, but let me caveat from here. How much of it are you aware? Meaning, how much of it's not, yes, it is information that we're receiving into our brain, but it's also information that we're receiving into our entire body and aura and energetics.
Mm.
But as we receive, something has to give. We either protect ourselves from it, or you really try to find the entrance point here and radiate outwards. And so, as this, it's like you're coming into obstacles, 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 because you're different, because your energy is different. Then you feel secluded, alone, and then the information you're receiving back. It's like always this fight back and forth with information that we are radiating from our hearts and receiving from environment that we're in. But how much of the thoughts are we aware? Whatever, 10%. I don't really think what I'm thinking. I'm thinking on automatic. But if I sit in my meditation, like we can't just sit and meditate 24/7. There's no way just to shut off. And even if I meditate for 50 years in a monastery in Tibet, in silence, and I radiate just silence or calmness of it, is this really what my purpose, or is this really what I want? Right? Is this my contribution to me or the others? Right? So it's like, how do you find this truth for you, and how do you work towards your truth? And there's this really fine, how I find it really fine moment where what we think we do for others is often not what we genuinely want to do for us. Because if we were to look and serve others, it's like, I don't know, it's a very trappy, like
Yeah.
I get trapped into understanding. It's like, but what do I really have left? I only have me to change, to experiment with, to play with. And if I am having a bad day, I'm not really feeling great. So what do I think? I will call my friend or my mom or you and cry for days for something. It's like, do I really give you the best of me? Or do I really want to just understand myself and be my own laboratory where I get to experiment all this within me? And how do I show up today? How do I leave you? And often, oh my God, this is such a good topic. It's like, how do I leave you when I don't talk to you? Is how do I radiate this, what I so-called work on, self-work, self-healing, that. But I go to one school of 500 people, and that might not be my school in the middle of the cohort or the trimester 3. And should I continue the school because I have to, or should I actually look into and follow the impulse to learn how to play piano? Right. So it's like how often are we listening? What's the body that he's talking about? What's our causal body? That soul speaks. What can we recognize the bodies and the layers of us, and which one actually speaks to us directly? Can you? And off it in a day, how often can you do that?
Is that my question to answer?
I just said a lot of things that I have no idea what I just said, but it's like I'm trying to find the concreteness in, first of all, what can we control? Can't control anything around us. I'll swear we can only come back to us.
Can we control us though?
Mind is always going to be there and give us a story to protect us. It's a very defense warrior, and it's going to defend us to survive. It's the role that it plays. But I feel a lot of like us, we as a collective are coming down to the body. And in the body, we now recognize a bunch of emotions that we don't even know about. Like, doesn't matter the age, they're no new, and they're turning on all these like experiences in us, and we're trying to dig into it. But there is much more than that. Not only the emotional body, because we feel it in our five senses, but there's a layer underneath it, which is silent and slow and nurturing. And it's often where we find the regulation of ourselves, which is that soul part of us. How do we get there? Where is the fast train to get to it? For the audience that is listening, how do you get to it?
Man, my my emotional state today is just, it's mind-blowing. Like it's really hard for me to even sit in conversation like we normally do. I'm just sitting here. And that's why I kind of asked you, like, this ball of energy, do you feel like you need to move? Do you feel like you need to do? Uh, um, and you kind of alluded to, if it's a joyful feeling, you can carry out normal activity. But if it's like a quote unquote negative feeling, like sadness, then it takes more processing, like more movement to process. But this is such a um the feelings that I'm having, they're so like in between. They're so like I don't have words for them. They're just happenings. But the intensity and how like it feels like my actual physical structure is expanding. Like it feels like the involution is happening. Like it feels like Kundalini is awakening.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only words I have to talk about it. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, what do I do with this? Because it's even hard to have a conversation. It's like, um, yeah, this is like a really weird tangent because of it's not going anywhere. I'm just sharing like the sensations that I'm having. I'm bringing it back to that.
So, such a cool thing. So, would you allow it to happen and play its own course?
Well, hmm,
If you were to ask it, what does it want to do right now?
it's kind of like um passive in a way. Like it's happening either way, buddy. So you can pretend to kind of do something or you can just, do you know what I mean? Like I'm like, sure, you can go for a run, try to get it out, or you can you're just running, like you're running away from it in a way. Like it's just there. And
I mean, mm,
even with sitting here and discussing this with you, it's like the closest like reaction I have is like you're tired, go rest. Or like close your eyes and have visuals or do yoga or sit in meditation. It's like, but when I ask it, it's like uh, we don't have to do anything. I don't know. I don't know. It just kind of is.
can you make it bigger? We played with this last week.
Yeah, I know. There's like a lot here in neck and jaw. I think it's ironic that when we first talked about that, like the fear that I had at the top of my spine or at the bottom of my brainstem, it's kind of like wrapping around and just feels like expanding. Like it already, it's like it is getting bigger. I don't know.
It's getting bigger. Okay, so let's play. Do you want to play with it?
Sure.
Okay, let's play with it. Let's
Yeah, how
experiment with it.
relevant this turns out.
We can figure out which body it sits in out of six or seven bodies. Okay, so do you think it's right now you're experiencing the causal body?
Hmm.
Physical, astral, mental, causal, Buddhic, ethnic, monadic.
Am I just feeling for like a resonance when you're saying the words? What should I be looking for?
Okay, so this feeling of yours that it's making you smile the entire time. What are you laughing about? What
Um,
is so funny? Where is it coming from? From your belly, the heart?
I don't know. It's
Don't
like
think, just
it's
feel.
like coming out of the space that my face occupies. It's just like it's like there. I don't know.
Do you feel the edges of your body right now? Like where you end in your
Yeah,
shoulders.
I'm sitting on a chair. I can feel where my body is.
So do you feel a layer outside your body? Or is this like really like inside of your body?
To me, I would place it inside my body.
Where? Jaw, chest, diaphragm, solar plexus.
Jaw, crown, spine, and then like with my abdomen, my abdomen is like trying to ground at the same time, if that makes sense. It's like like mentioned the stretching. Yeah, it's like the abdomen's like we're staying low, we're staying on the ground. And I've been purging the last 3 days. So the last time we talked, I mentioned yoga. I started doing yoga. I went to Carly's class. It was great. But after her class, I was like, Carly, I've been doing like bodybuilding workouts for 2.5 years. And I push myself really hard. Like I don't take it easy. And I am so sore. And something like a forward fold like almost broke me. I'm like, what is this? This is like a passive stretch. There's nothing happening here. But I typically hold so much tension and trauma that just having space for it in the energy of a yoga class just moved so much, like, and then my hips. Um, so I think what's related, because it was my stomach that gave me the message to do yoga, and I've been doing it, and then I've been purging, and I'm like, where is this coming from?
Okay, so can we go back? Well, let me ask your body. Are you, do you want to sustain current state, or can you expand to your previous states, which is last week in solar plexus? Because you received the voice, you received the actual message. Do this so you can get to this state which you're living at the moment.
So your question is staying here or going back to?
Do you want to stay high here? I can see your eyes. You're like super. Do you, does the feeling wants to stay and exaggerate and live and pulsate in the current state? Or can it go back to its origination?
It's I'm having a hard time understanding what you just said.
Okay.
Can it go back to its origination?
Last week's solar plexus voice.
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't feel like something that can go back.
I love it. And what made you smile just 2 seconds ago? Did you have a
Um,
feeling,
just
sensation?
yeah, well, like tripping over words,
Mm.
like even understanding like words. Um, yeah, it's
As if
just
your
weird.
mind is gone.
My mind is like, what? It's just like, I don't know. It's like there's a bigger space between a impulse and the words that come after it. It's like, and now I'm feeling quite a lot of sensations in my throat, like the effort it is to make language is just amusing right now. I don't know why. Here we are.
So what you're experiencing, how I understand it, is the a state that it's new to you, or at the moment is everything that matters.
Yeah.
You're currently in the state of undefinable to by your dictionary that your brain knows, but you're feeling something,
Yeah.
and you're so feeling it that sometimes it makes you smile,
Yeah.
sometimes your eyes are diluted, sometimes you're just relaxed. Can you tell, are you in the state of regulation or dysregulation? Are you high, low, or neutral actually? Is your heart pumping slower, faster? Can you breathe? Is your metabolism working in the normal state?
Yeah. Like I'm eating food. Um, all of that's going normally. My heart is slow, but it's not abnormally slow. My breath is available. Yeah. And then high or low, like neutral. It's like neutral, but there's swings. There's like high swings, and then there's the low swings are more depth. It's tempting to use the word low, right? But it's like depth. It's the deepness of sensation. itself. Like I'd almost say like neutrality is the ability to comprehend mind and emotion simultaneously, but like the depth is like the emotion, it's just emotion.
It sounds like you're playing between the astral and the causal body. And since you're decommissioned to talk, let me explain the difference. The astral body is the layer of the human aura that collects, stores, and transmits all human emotion and desire from the meanest to the loftiest. Pleasure, pain are reflected in vibrational frequencies, which effectively divide the astral plane into hell and heaven. The astral body has a huge effect on your health. After that, the astral body is directly confronted with the true nature of every single emotional impulse you had whilst alive in the physical body. So it's not your astral body. Let's see the mental. The mental body is constructed from your thinking life, is greatly influenced by the collective mental body of all humanity. As your thinking turns to higher impulses, the mental body gradually disentangles itself from the astral body and takes on greater power. The mental body can also be used by lower consciousness to repress the natural impulses of the astral body, which can also lead to health problems and all that. Causal body, I think you're standing right here, maybe at the moment. This is something that it's not like you just become a soulful person and you're like operating at this range of the body plane. Sometimes dubbed the soul, the causal body directly corresponds to the physical body, but at the higher level. It stores the collected goodwill of the human soul as a memory signature written in light. The lower, after the death, the lower three bodies disintegrate, and only that which is refined and pure is drawn up and retained in the causal body. You, to me, have such a calm energy right now. Like really, really calm. The causal body responds to higher visions and archetypes that lie beyond language, but that can still be conveyed through direct transmission to the lower three planes. And one of the planes is the physical body. And you can feel in your five senses what you're feeling right now. The last one, I promise. As your causal body develops more lucidity, the higher bodies can use it as a means of directing higher and higher frequencies to the lower three bodies. In this respect, the causal body is the bridge between the lower and the higher plane. So, Eric.
Sounds good.
Okay. Don't waste it. So let's just ask you to find the desire that it's new, that you can maybe connect between the parts of yourself, the three lower planes from the three higher planes, as if you potentially may be sitting right in between them right now. What would be your desire? Maybe ask the higher planes. Is there any desire or a goal that you should be learning, experiencing in an accelerated way at this moment, right now?
Nothing specific.
It just is.
Just is, yeah.
Okay. I think it's fair to stop.
We're not going to talk about karma.
Next time. You're in a blissful state right now.
You think that's, do you think that's absent of your influence?
What do you mean?
I think often when we connect, it enables some transmissions to happen and higher states.
I mean, it's experience for sure. There's always something. But listen, this is why we created this container and this space for all of it to be welcome. So I actually love your state right now so much. I
So
don't
don't be.
feel you just want to marinate in it. I kind of want you to sit with it for a long time.
It'll be there. Let's talk about Bardo.
You sure?
Yeah.
You sure? You sure? Because we just
Yeah.
skipped the entire thing of the 7 planes.
Oh, let's touch on that more.
All right, you go. You tell me. You're picking up the higher frequencies. I want to know everything.
Um, oh my gosh, we didn't even talk about the cosmic mother or the 3 pure ones. Okay. The 3 pure ones, just to touch on it. Hermes, Trismegistus, thrice great, which you've read Blavatsky, so you must have read some of Hermes.
Hermeticus? Not
Yeah,
yet.
not yet. Okay.
It's sitting there looking at me.
Okay.
I don't think I'm ready yet for it, but it's there for me.
It's a good one.
Yes.
Christ. So Hermes is about alchemy and high magic. Christ, love and sacrifice. Um, and Buddha, wisdom and compassion. So he brings these up to just talk about how these 3 fractals, the masculine fractals, and their teachings form the essence of the Gene Keys revelation. And it's a synthesis of this trinity: divine will, love, and wisdom. And then it leads to the cosmic mother, which is the Shakti, the all that holds it all. And that becomes the fractal nature, the 3 manifestations. So the great cosmic mother holds the master key to all suffering and stands behind the teachings themselves. She is the triple mystery of the transmission. Although she is beyond teachings, her way is that of grace through suffering. Those who enter deeply enough into their 3 great paths through suffering, the alchemical, the sacrificial, the mindful, will eventually meet the great cosmic mother, since she represents the very spirit of grace that brings an end to human suffering.
Alchemical, sacrificial, and mindful.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
Hmm.
There's
It's
so
just,
much to say about this.
yeah, it's beautiful. I think the one thing that stood out to me, though, in speaking of the cosmic mother, is I did imagine grandmotherly figure, and he talks about it's a highly ecstatic and sensuous field of energy. It's not denying any parts of ourselves, right? The sensuous is like the essential part, the ecstatic part.
Yeah.
The 22nd shadow dishonors the true nature of the feminine through denying humanity the natural delights of sexual pleasure. And what a temptation that it comes up in religion. Like, how funny is that? We attempt to reach God, we think we have to purify ourselves and remove any lust and energy that comes out towards sexual pleasure. And then it manifests in all sorts of ways.
Mm-hmm. And how interesting is that the religion as we know it today is related to the sacrificial mind, so sacrificial teacher, which is the teacher of the Christ, love and sacrifice. So if I were to go back to the pure ones, the three pure ones, and where this like evolutionary epoch started coming as a layer over layer over layer on our collective understanding, consciousness, and feelings, it's like we know of 2000 years backwards and whatever that we know before Christ, but we know of it as sacrificial that created eventually the religion as we know as a form of control right now to this day. But if we were to just go backwards and retrack, where did this start, which is Hermes Trismegistus. Mm-hmm. So the teaching represented as if like I understood it as the teachings that just came upon us to teach us something. And then they lasted as an epoch in whatever evolution of ourselves collectively. And then a second epoch happened. And then the third epoch happened. And now it's the Holy Trinity. And this epoch is held by Divine Mother, Cosmic Mother. And the first one was back in Age of Atlantis. And the teaching represents the high magic or alchemy, which we cannot even understand it any longer to this day, unless it's scientifically proven, unless it's witchery. The second epoch comes with greater Christ, which is the teaching, the fractal that represents the transmutation of suffering through love and sacrifice, which is the religion that we know of as today. But as if like religion was just the end product of whatever, and it totally dismantled what was the whole meaning of the teaching. The third one is the great teacher of Buddha, which is transmutation of suffering through wisdom and compassion, which we are learning how to find within. And the Cosmic Mother comes in as a fourth fractal and a field that speaks of beyond, behind, and between these great masculine trinities. And as a mother comes in and it literally shows the feminine side of Shakti energy that we in today's world just disregard, because all of it led us, somehow we ended up just disregarding the entire form of sexuality and sensuality. So all of this coming back to the sensational bodies is like as all encompassing, really, when you go back, teaches us the magic, our own magic, alchemy that is happening within us, the love that we have for self, the sacrifice that we do when we find that love. Like the life itself is a sacrifice because we're here, right? Trying something to do, to find, to feel. Wisdom and compassion, all of it somehow comes back to it through the feminine energies, which is nurturing self, coming back to it. And the mother field that they're talking about gets liberated through the sexual, sensual energies, which are not of what we think of it today. They are a zest for life. They are, how I understood them, is the encompassing initiation, not only in the physical body, genital sensations, rather than something that opens the portals to get to elsewhere, to get to the higher body, to get to the higher self, to feel that nakedness. And through the sexuality, through the sensuality, through the nakedness of the soul, and such vulnerability and rawness of your true self, especially with another, yet are we able to actually open the portals to else place, rather than the one physical that we know of. Ooh, child, I just said a lot of things here.
That's great. I just want to highlight the mother is a field whose Shakti or sexually liberated energy actually devours your separate self. And as she does so, you experience the highest of divine ecstasies pouring through your body and aura. This is no staid grandmother figure, but a fully laden cosmic breast whose celestial milk will nourish the highest aspects of your being. It's hard
It's
to
so
read that and
beautiful.
not just like, what? Feel
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. When we think of the such states of transcendence, and I think the word even doesn't justify the state that you just read, is like what you're experiencing right now is sort of state that you're just flatlined, or you're simply neutral, or you're simply quiet or silent or in void or in something. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean it's good or bad. It doesn't mean it's high or low, but it's the state that you got into. Can do you think or feel that through the sacredness of orgasmic states of kundalini rising and full mind body and eroticism coming to the peak of the ecstasy states that we as human beings can get ourselves to, do you think these are the small little glimpses of potentiality of higher states that we can reach, we're capable of?
Seeds. Seed.
So we
Yeah.
we should make love more, not
Yes.
wars.
Hmm.
We should learn how to.
Yeah, so much love. And in the love itself, I think you touched on this in relation to our workshops that we want to do, which is in the love itself that we're making, we approach prayerfully with reverence and naked. And not just naked like I'm here to have sex, but like naked like I trust that you can hold space for me if I show you my truest essence. And I also will hold that for you. I trust, and I'll allow you to be naked as well. And the reverence that we're meeting the divine in that act, and then prayerfully seeking an experience that maybe we can take a glimpse of and bring it into this world and allow it to shift and move and emote according to what's required. In the Akashic, I think those states, the orgasm is opening that field of connection so things can come and things can go out. And the potential there is available if we stop just having sex. And even sex itself, like what is lovemaking? It can be so much more. It's the dance that happens before, it's the look that happens the morning of, it's all of it together. It's each moment, right? It's like this divine connection that you have with another. And I recognize too that you just went through a state of loneliness. I'm sorry if this is
No, I love.
in a sense like triggering or
It's not triggering because it is true that we have potential to feel this state. And it's dishonor to not respect the time.
Mhm.
It's dishonor to the state to not respect the time that you're going through it rather than, but you see, it's like when we come from the depths of our soul, and if we are touching, it's it's automatically honoring the other state. And it's not bad, it's not good. There's no triggering. it doesn't exist. It's like, I actually admire that you're able to feel these states. And it means nothing to me, but what it means to you is much more than any story that I would give it to. So no need to think that I get triggered by it, because it's like in those states when they're experienced, I think the purity itself detaches all the stories in environment and in other people. It's like as if I just have a flat line. I don't have any story related to it. Right. So when you're such radiating such a energy or such state outward from the center of your experience outward, it's so pure that it doesn't get diluted by the mind's stories inside of you, inside of me who is listening and witnessing, inside of anybody else, because it's just a pure moment. So no need to say sorry, please.
Beautiful.
Milk it. Milk it.
This weekend I was looking at my skin on my arm, looking at my freckles. I'm like, huh, I haven't really looked at my freckles in a long time. And I just gave a moment of contemplation and awe and wonder. Like, what is this phenomenon that is freckles on their skin? And it made me think of when I was a kid and I would look at my desk. Like I've shared the story, I think, like 5 times with you. So, um, yeah, it is what it is. But and just like being fascinated by the minuscule components of what makes up a desk or a ceiling tile. And then I was looking at my arm this weekend and thinking, funny how this body, which is so much closer to divine than I ever thought, and I was looking past it to look at this inanimate material thing and trying to find it there. But it was a cool moment, and I thank you for it because you've been holding space and a witness, and there's an element of transmission that isn't verbal that happens when we are doing this. And I think people can feel it. And there's some level of like subtle energy that isn't controlled by us or directed. It just kind of happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I think these downloads or these shifts in consciousness happen out of that.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say anything to it. It feels, I mean, dude, we're talking for 2 hours. It feels we just started, right? So it's like, never did I ever feel tired. Even now, I'm like, do you want to go and chill in the stage? You're like, no, I want to stay right here. Where are you going?
Yeah.
And I hope this the energy is transmutable to the field of whoever comes in. And because it's not forced, there's no force in any of it. It just comes and it goes. And these states that pass through us, like we think we can be happy. Once we find the happiness, we'll be happy forever. No, these are just like waves, and they're like come and go and come and go, and life passes. And then you go back and you're like, damn, I was worried my whole life, rather than actually allowing waves to come so I can experience all of it, what you just experienced. So I'm curious, will someone actually make a comment? I'm going to chop your parts of the video when your eyes are diluted. When, I don't know, maybe you just exited your body quickly.
Yeah.
So
Well,
cool.
it's funny. It's funny because I was feeling so much in my body.
Mm.
So it's just
Can you feel it in your body and be someplace else? Cha-ching! New information. Maybe. Ah,
yeah, who knows?
do you want to touch base on Corpus Christi? I mean, we do have a lot to go to. Maybe we should just pause and continue in the part 2 next week. So good. I think we really need to give attention to the auric fields and bodies, seven sacred bodies in humanity. He does have
Yeah.
another book on it, and
Well,
explains it because later on it touches the actual keys that these will be turned on by, how I understood it.
mm,
And if someone has a key in their profile that is related to these different bodies, which I do have too, which is actually, let me see. I have the key in the first seal, which
oh, I
I don't
see.
know where. And you have it in the third, and then I have it in the sixth. This is the CD.
True.
I think we should give it a chance
Yeah.
to go over all the bodies so we can at least get the
Yeah, yeah.
details of which body is what.
Real quick, just to tap on your knowledge or wisdom.
Yes.
This key 22 is in my sphere of attraction.
Hmm.
What does that mean to you? And then you'll see where it goes.
How I understood, the attraction is what well, it's the first part of the Venus sequence. It goes attraction, and then it goes IQ,
Mhm.
intellect, and then EQ, and then soul, and then the transcendence to the pearl. So how I understood it, and I don't really know if this is correct, it's more like this will give you the attractor for your karmic path or your emotional Venus sequence body evolution. Like, unless someone understands you on this level, you're not going to really be interested in how I understood it, right? So it's like, if you want to give it a chance, or if you want to, and this doesn't mean the sexual attraction. I'm talking evolutionary, as the love itself through the Venus sequence, as the all-encompassing intelligence of the body, of the mind, and the soul, which takes everything: emotions, knowledge, digging in, excavating, finding, creating imagination. So to me, this is like the beginning of it. And if somebody would to understand you, or you would to get attracted towards, it would be someone who understands these parts of you, which is a lot. To me, it's like, damn, because I don't know you that well, but if I'm trying to understand you through this, I'll be like, fuck, I don't know you at all whatsoever, because you're not expressing, right? So you're not really you almost as if you're internalizing a lot of these things within, and processing them without trying to give it a name, right? I don't know.
Gotcha. What's in your sphere of attraction? Can you remember?
What number?
Yeah.
Well, um I don't remember.
No pressure. The the um the mindfuck moment for me in looking at my profile was 55 at the top and 22 kind of at the bottom in the sphere of attraction. And once I read both, like 22 is involution based and 55 is evolution based. Um, it almost felt like it's the only way it could have shown up in my profile,
Hmm.
and I didn't really know how to.
Why is it the only way? Because one does not go without the other, you're saying?
It just feels like the right relationship. I don't know how else to say it. It's like it's like well, of course, it's like, well, of course it's showing up that way. But
Oh,
I'm sure there's a bunch of other people that have 22 and 55 and they don't show up this way.
well, I profiled dozens, none. It's either one or the other. So far, I think you don't give yourself credit for being extra special. But I'm curious to see when we reach the 55, it's like, how are you going to connect all these ends? As if like part of you, the torso down has to deal with 22 and the top down has to be, as if like, how are you going to put the two together?
Well, and maybe I got a seed feel like the seed sensations I had today were like, well, like the stretching I was describing to you.
The duality or
I'm
oppositions or,
like being pulled apart. I'm like, this is the craziest feeling in the world, but here I am.
huh, maybe.
My abdomen, which, and I look at the profile on the chakras, right, on the body. Like I look at attraction as being sacral,
Okay.
and then life's work being crown or third eye, maybe crown.
Oh, are you talking with the profile?
Hmm.
Oh, well, that's new. I mean, maybe. Who is to say it's not?
What was your attraction?
Mine is 56.
What?
So I know, am I 1040 or 1020? I can't remember. Distraction, enrichment, intoxication. We have way to go to reach mine. Many of mine are later on in the book too.
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel like they're getting heavier and heavier and heavier, right?
Yeah. Heavy meaning difficult.
Like richer,
Richer.
somehow more philosophical, more contemplative, more open, more maybes. Maybe this, maybe that.
Mm. Deeper.
Deeper,
Mm.
totally deeper. All right, buddy.
Thank you.
We'll continue Barter States next Monday. Today is what? End of September. Woo!
Yeah.
It's almost going to be our anniversary.
Yeah, when was our first one?
I
Thought it
think in
was
the
no.
beginning of December. It felt like December, maybe even November. We started really early.
Mm.
Can you believe the time just flew by and we
Time has
stuck with
been
it?
time has been kind of hilarious lately.
I can't believe we stuck with it this long, wholeheartedly.
Yeah. You can't believe it, even though you're here.
I mean, so far, so great.
Would
There's
your guess would your guess have been that you would have given up first or found something else or that me?
uh wow, good question. I never thought it's gonna be one or the other. I just had no expectation about this
Okay.
whatsoever. And I don't, and here's another state, which is so cool. It's like, it's not copyable. This state, I can't copy with elsewhere. Why? I don't know. It's just this field that we enter, this container that we enter that has no identification, no attachments whatsoever, no intention. It has nothing. It's just blah. And we enter and then we pull something out of it and feels great. And then next. But tomorrow, if we stop, it's fine. We stopped many times and it was fine. And then we had this urge to come back to it because it was calling us back. That's how I feel. But it's not copyable, it's not replicable. and it's always this, always different, and it's getting richer, at least from my side. It has its own depths with it more and more. So I don't know where this is going, but it's going somewhere. There is a feeling of the progress towards something, and I don't know what it is. So I don't know. Really cool. Awesome. That's about it. And we're still bad and giving each other compliments on how awesome we are on a soul level. So whatever. Who cares anyway? We're full of shit. Thanks, man. Talk
Yeah.
next Monday.
Yeah. Love you.
Ciao. Ciao, ciao.
Bam! Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Look at us in blue. Aw. How's your day?
Good. Woke up a little early. Woke up at 2 o'clock. So I'm probably gonna take a nap after this.
At 2 a.m.
2 a.m.
I mean, I know you've been waking up at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., but 2 is a little late.
Yeah, 2 is. I'm tired.
What time do you go to bed? Curious.
Usually like 8 or 8:30.
Mm. So you're knocked out by 8. So I'm trying to get back on 4 a.m. waking up, and it's like, with my mom being here, it's just taking a little
Yeah.
bit longer.
How long is she here for? It's been here a while.
Yeah, she's here for a month and a half, so I'm taking her back to next week for just quick, like 4 days back and forth, and need to come back here because this is where the happenings are happening.
Yeah, yeah. Do you mind if I ask about that?
Go ahead. Yes.
So it's January 12th,
Uh,
2025. You're in the middle of apocalypse.
yeah.
What's it like? Not familiar with like specifically where you're at, and you don't have to share that, but is the air quality fine where you're at or?
Okay, so on Monday, this is Sunday now. So on Monday, actually, or Tuesday, I can't remember. I early in the morning, I ended up going to work, and the air here is usually humid because of the
Hmm.
water. And I'm where you know where Venice is. So it goes like Palisades, Santa Monica, and then Venice, and this is the west side of LA, which is towards the sea. And because that humidity then comes in, and the winds are here unpredictable, so they go like this.
Yeah.
And headed to work, and I turn around and I see the hills with the massive dark black cloud just taking over. And for some reason, nobody actually paid attention to it. And I ended up going to
Hmm.
work, and I'm like, you guys see the Palisades are on fire. Where is this coming from? That same day, downtown LA also had a fire. And then that was diminished really quick. And then after that, the Palisades for some reason. But the speed of it was
Yeah.
unheard of because the winds were really strong. And
Yeah.
the reaction to everything like was just really quick. That first day, how many people actually got evacuated really fast? The problem was that they didn't know the home is gonna just get burned down. So
Yeah.
you just literally you grab your possessions, but you're not grabbing everything that you have. You just grab what you need to, I don't know, make the night or two.
Hmm.
We knew they wouldn't have anything else to come back to. So
Right.
the amount of people evacuated that day was massive and really, I don't know how to say, like successful because nobody actually even thought that everything will be gone by the time they come back. So the Palisade, the wind was blowing towards my area, which is the start of the city, which is where the
Hmm.
majority of people are actually living. Like, I don't know, maybe 10 million, 14 million people there. It's like a massive amount of people. That's the valley of the city. So the wind started blowing this way, and per zone, everybody started getting the warning to evacuate right away in the San
Hmm.
Francisco area. And this is where it got a little bit funky because you see the smoke. You didn't know the Eaton fire on the other hill will turn on, the other fire on the hill, and it's just we just were not. I think the city was not prepared to deal with that many fires at the same time,
Yeah.
not having the resources and not having people. And these firefighters were like already 48 hours on a duty, like giving up. I think it was the first or the second night that they gave up of actually diminishing the fire because it was unsustainable. They couldn't
Hmm.
kill the fire, so they actually focused on saving lives in
Hmm.
Palisades, and it just took really fast. But the energy of the city is really sad. It's like first
Yeah.
fear that turns on. The second, it's like you're terrified. The first night I didn't sleep. The second night I didn't sleep. I just sat with the alarm waiting. You don't know. It's dark. You don't know which way the wind
Yeah.
is gonna blow. Literally, you don't. I scooped the area every night. I went all the way to Santa Monica, literally, to see are people panicking? Are is it safe? How are you gonna evacuate 10 million people at once? It's like it's impossible.
Hmm.
Like who do you listen? Where do you go? There's so much
Right.
information and disinformation. It's like you kind of are in a total state of shock. And it was scary. Half of my colleagues evacuated, from the Santa Monica area. A lot of people that my friends are living on the other side. I have a lot of friends that live in Palisade as well. It's like
Mhm.
I think when you're so powerless, that's where I don't know, it's almost like forced surrender rather
Mhm.
than you actually getting ready to surrender to something that has or is happening, right? So I think it's still the shockwave is still happening in the city. A lot of me personally, I think I have no words. I just detached from social media and the news because it's very fearful. And now I don't know, they're reporting a bunch of people lighting up the fires,
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it's already done and over, and who knows when is this gonna get completed, but it's really hard. And one thing I just want to say, I think this is really cool. When the massive shooting happened in Vegas, do you remember that?
Yeah.
When the guy just shot a bunch of people on the concert, I think that's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
concert that I was supposed to go to, but I didn't.
Wow.
And I was in Vegas at that time. And I just remember the fear, the energetic collective fear in the city and lost. Like when you're frantic like that in a state of shock, you actually do not know what to do, where to go, how to survive. You're almost frozen. It's like
Hmm.
you don't know what your body doesn't know how to react to it. You can stand in front of the gun and, at the gun,
Right.
you're like completely lost. Like you lost the conscious. So the energy in Vegas was very powerful, very powerful. People didn't know what to hope for any longer. So Vegas Knights, which is the hockey team, got birthed technically, and everybody wanted to grab onto something to be proud of, to be strong, and that's where the hashtag Vegas Strong came alive really fast because people had to hope for something, and they
Hmm.
had to have some sense of winning, some sense of control, some sense of excitement in life. It's a desperation for it. So people gathered together, and everybody wore a flag of Vegas Knights, and the team started winning, another, and lifted the entire collective. I'm just getting chills when I'm talking about this. Lifted entire collective of the city up from the ashes. So usually when the energy like this is a state of shock, like LA was exactly the same way like Vegas, it's like you sit and you wait to see what people are going to do and how energies are going to blend in and how this is going to get elevated from the people side, from the heart side, not from the news, not from what the media is saying, not from the government. It's actually what people are doing. And what
Yeah.
I'm noticing is that a lot of people want to help each other. And this is genuinity. A lot of my friends are, we're giving the clothes, there's like, I have a friend who's scooping around the area. It's like, if you have there's looting is happening everywhere. But if you need something that I can go and say for you, let me know. The lawyers are offering, the free pro bono work. It's like there's a lot of people coming up together, and this is what actually rises up the energetic level. This is that leap of faith that we take in, the epoch of whatever, a collective arising that is happening. So in the depths of all of it, I'm really happy to see that people are actually
Mm.
coming together, genuinely helping one another.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really beautiful. And
Yeah.
I think that's our only hope, um, on an even larger collective, like with the changes that are happening. I think what it comes down to, like we can be in hell or heaven depending on the events that play out. But if we're ultimately focused on one another, our relationships, our love and people instead of things and technologies and um, advancements and then fears as well. I think, this is our way out, our way of gaining back the power. Because I'm sure that's an element that you feel in the beginning is like a sense of powerlessness that kind of leads into that freezing. Like, who do you turn to and where do you get your information and who do you trust? And
Yeah.
yeah,
You really have no one to do that. You don't have where to go to for safe. You have to find the environment that it's safe for you to survive. And then you have to think about your emotions later. It's like that's the automatic curve that the system does on its own. And when you think
Mhm.
about it, it's kind of beautiful because imagine if we had to think of all of this and 80% of it is already done for us. Like you want to move into a safe area, you want to have a sleep, the rest, to be conscious, to be healthy, to stay awake, to stay alive. All of this is almost done for us on its own. Imagine if we had to think about all these logistics. Really, in reality, we just have to deal with our emotions if you really think about it and how we
Yeah.
process these shock waves and they're
Mhm.
left and right. And it's like to say that it's gonna stop, it's not gonna stop. To say it's gonna continue in this strength or this speed, we don't know.
Right.
What we need to figure out is really how to deal with it on our own. Because
Yes.
if you're seeking help for someone else to tell you, to tap you, yes, you can find the soothing and nurturing in another, which is beautiful. And I think if I was alone here doing on my own and let's say I didn't have any friends, right, to reach out to me, and the support that I got from people outside that I knew from a long time ago, and my close people here, I actually didn't even expect to get such amount of support. And that support is really what rises up this awareness of I'm still alive, I'm still good, I still keep going. And you fight whatever that comes in and you'll figure it out slowly but surely. Just settle, rest, relax, and kind of collect yourself in order to go forward. So it's
Mm.
important to have people in those times, really.
Yeah. Beautiful.
Thanks for reaching out, man.
Yeah, I'm happy that you're far enough away. Yeah. But
Yeah.
you're still affected for sure.
Yeah, we'll see. This will be the shock waves too. The air is good quality today. I didn't see any. I don't. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know, we had a just one. We had a alert yesterday. Was it yesterday or the other day? Center the entire LA. You're talking and everybody who did not evacuate got alert at the same time to evacuate effective immediately. And my first reaction was like, I was in the middle of the session. Oh my God. And I was entering into the container and I was
Yeah.
just like, slowly relaxing the nervous system coming down and alert comes on it and I just start screaming. And I'm like, holy shit, I have to evacuate right now, instantaneous. And my client was like, go, go, go. Oh my God, I didn't even know you're in LA. Go, go, go. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know to apologize to her. I'm running into it and tell my mom, we have to go right now. The amount of speed that my mother collected, the clarity in her mind, what she needs to bring in a backpack was enormous. In a form of 5 minutes, she collected everything because I didn't pack. And I was like, hold on, 10 minutes later, I was like, this is impossible. There are 14 million people that will evacuate at the same time. This
Yeah, you'll
must
be
be
stuck
error.
on the roads. Yeah.
This must be an error. Where do I go? I'm gonna run to the ocean. I don't really know where
Mm.
else to go. And then I went to work and we just had this massive, I was like, everybody got what I got. And they all downtown, the Venice, the Marina, Orange County, everybody got it. And everybody was like, no, this can't be true. Like, what do I do? Where do I check? Is it true or not? And 15 minutes later, but that was a scare. That
Wait,
was
so what happened?
a
Was it,
mistake. By mistake, they sent a massive text alert to every single person in the valley.
hmm, that's a little suspicious.
But we don't know.
Yeah.
The wave of the body reaction, it is, it's
Did
like,
you so
oh my God,
did you see people panicking like in the streets and stuff?
no,
Or
no,
did
no one moved that
yeah.
I saw. But I think I just observed what happened inside me, and I saw my mom. It's like she was just like get things done, and I'm like in a state of shock. It took me an hour to calm down, no joke. And I'm like,
Yeah.
holy cow, like you have to, if I don't know how to self-regulate, I'm never gonna be able to regulate. It's just gonna get stuck in me and be like into this like part of me, a layer of me will just be on alert all the time. So this
Uh-huh.
will have some big deal consequences, you know? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Collective trauma.
Pluto Aquarius. How are you?
Good. Yeah, been kind of having like in and out into some dark night stuff.
Hmm.
Like in 3 weeks ago and then out for a week and then dipped in a little bit more. And then I had an insight yesterday, or was it 2 days ago? That typically when I'm in it, like I just checked in with my gut health
Hmm.
yesterday and I was like, this isn't right. So I did like a shorter fast, just 18 hours, and it kind of helped reset. So I'm gonna start using that as a tool
Hmm.
when I'm feeling like it's like kind of like a depression, but it's just I think what it is I'm working with my coach and she's helping me tap into some repression and releasing emotions. And part of that is like just feeling raw more than I am not. So part of that rawness is like just being exposed to things that I had turned off for a long time, and then it's just hard to process. So part of that I think is like, as we're digesting information and emotions, processing it, we're also digesting food and our food it is what it is. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, no matter where you get it from. So I think one of the best things that we can do is stop consuming, whether it's like you said, like turn off social media. That's also a form of like consumption. So for me, like just taking that break with food, it just helped reset me, and I felt better after.
Hmm.
So I'll be using that as a tool. But yeah, that's kind of where I'm like in and out of that, and also it's as a man in a relationship with three young ones. Carly doesn't have much capacity for my bullshit. So if I'm showing up and I'm like, I'm so raw, she's like, okay. And then I can feel her withdraw, and then it makes it worse for me. And I'm like,
Hmm.
wait a second, is this actually, should I be sharing everything with her? So there's like that layer as well of navigating what I'm going through and then finding the appropriate time and space to share it with the appropriate people. And then yeah, so it's interesting. Interesting start to 2025. But for the most part, like I'm liking the energy that has come in the first 12 days here, besides the fires. Um,
Hmm.
but that's also it's a catalyst, like you said, like it's bringing people together, and I think that's all we can hope for if more of these types of things happen, like this happened to Maui. Um, and now LA, and perhaps it'll happen. You never know. There's fires all the time. So if it does, like my hope is that we realize our power in like just helping each other and being there for one another. So
Yeah. And you know, I think we're kind of slowly learning how not to correct one another's process. And I think that's really so beautiful because now we know how to do that. Well, not everybody, but once you start being aware of what you're feeling, you kind of don't want to interrupt someone else's process. You just want to, I don't know, be the bouncing board for it.
mhm.
And you know, sometimes when so often I'm so confused, and I've been confused a lot. But when it comes to this and what I feel and directions that I have to go and my intuition. It's like there's so many channels that I have inside that I don't really know all the time what's right, what's wrong, what do I need to do with myself. And it really helps to bounce it off of with someone. So
Yeah.
you you have someone you bounce this off. Because you and I are all like business on jinkies, but sometimes
Well, there's an element of like diving into gene keys, which kind of um it's like the wake of a boat, right?
mm,
So the boat is like our work into gene keys, and then the wake is kind of what happens after for the next few days. And usually I feel
mm,
like it's related, as we work through it, it kind
yeah.
of it ripples out. But also I have my coach, and then my coach, she told me like I told her about the week when I first entered like this mini dark night. She's like, "Did you reach out to anyone?" And I'm like, No." She's like, "Okay, well, you have to you don't have to do anything, but you can I could see now how like I could say it's me being stubborn or me trying to protect
Mm,
my relationships with people, but ultimately it's like it is this core wound, which we mentioned last time of like shame.
mhm,
And then also my generational, like what happens in my family is we just repress everything. So finding a means of expression that is safe and it's not going to affect others. Like what I don't want to do is bring other people into what I'm processing, but then also just not feeling shame for like, hey, this is what I'm going through. Just like, describing it. This is what I'm going through. I don't need you to feel what I'm feeling because I don't think you can. Um, but I just want to share with someone. So I'm just gaining confidence in that too.
yeah.
And also like there's an element of in being a man, like if I'm too vulnerable, will that define me in a negative way?
Mm,
And I'm sure with with men and women, but um, yeah, and you mentioned confusion. I feel like this theme is going to be reoccurring throughout 2025, especially as we enter the Chinese New Year. Because it's
mm,
the year of the snake. So it's like the Ouroboros, the snake eating itself.
yeah.
Confusing time.
Yeah. And I just want to add one more thing to it. I think it's really interesting because I can speak for myself and I can hear what you're saying, which is in the moments of the dark nights, cannot for life find the strength, the power, the bravery to reach out for help or just for space. And it's not really that you need help. It's just you need to say it to someone who
Hmm.
actually wants to hear it.
Hmm.
And you need the sense of being heard
Hmm.
and also validated and
Yeah.
also almost like it checks out the box that it is empty in those states for you to be here. Almost like, okay, I am here because I need to be here. That sense just disappears. So when you share this with someone, it makes you less alone and it makes you less, it's less scary. And when
Hmm.
that someone hears you, we are so by default programmed to not say it because everybody wants to give us advice. And because we are also by default programmed to give someone advice because we care so much and because we
Hmm.
want to help you, but it's not really, there's nothing you can do to help. The only way you can do is just to be the second. Be, you know, what you're saying, speaking from a personal experience, what I am saying in front of you is what I am actually just saying to myself to hear.
Right. Hmm.
But I see you with my eyes, and I know because you look like me, I am not alone. It's okay, it's not that scary. So part of me can relax because I am in that duality, meaning
Hmm.
I am not alone. So that way, the other part that it's frightened can actually say and elaborate on what it is that it's feeling. So it gets to your rationality and you're able to actually clearly see it. So the sharing it with someone is how I see it is often regulation of the system. So you can clearly see what you have to do on your own. And
Hmm.
we just, you know, we just don't do it because we're so programmed to not do it, afraid that somebody else is just going to totally ruin my story. Your story, you're the hero. When someone comes in and says, tell you what you need to do, it's not your story any longer. And I, I don't know if I talked to you about this last time. I really have a high hope that we will actually really evolve to learn how to do this exact thing. Just listen.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and then it's up to me and you to now take that leap of faith and trust
Yes.
someone else will be like hearing you out.
Hmm.
Trust that person.
Yeah. It's that fear and the flip side of that, the trust is huge. That's what shows up in that space of pain. And it's like, it's also trusting too, like, hey, if I tell this person and it doesn't go well, that
Mm,
there's also a layer of, because kind of what happened for me is I chose Carly as my person and she wasn't ready. And
mm,
then she she just was trying to be helpful and gave me some advice. And it felt like a redirection of where I was already headed. Like I'm like trying to deepen into it, and she's like,
yeah.
this could be a distraction. She's just trying to see it and then offer advice. I don't blame her for it, and I don't think. But what it did is it kind of like put me in a little bit deeper because
Mm,
maybe what I was looking for in the beginning was a crutch of like, hey, can I put some of this aside for now, or can I like if you like start agreeing with me, then I'll feel validated and I can just hop right out. But what I needed to do is just like feel it. So
mm,
it's the trusting of like, you're gonna end up where you end up and you'll be given exactly what you need in the moment, even when it feels like there's no hope left.
yeah.
There's just like a yeah, I'm learning it. I can't speak confidently about that process, but I'm stepping into it, learning it. So it's
Yeah. We're learning it together, man.
yeah.
It's the same thing. It's like, and you know what's really cute? I find this really cute as a human experience. It's like you grow balls to talk about it later. You know,
Yeah.
a week later.
Yeah.
And it's like you're brave to talk about this. It's the same thing, but you're
Yeah.
not then. So the question is, how do you become then? So to me, I wonder, is it really the biggest processing? Does it happen when it happens? Or does it happen when it's no longer happening? You know,
Mhm.
7 days later when you have the bravery to speak about it. And we don't
Cool.
know until we try, either or. You know, I always say untold stories stay untold until you say something about it and you
Mhm.
speak it in your words. Doesn't
Mhm.
matter if it's poetic, if it sound like, if it's dance like, but you say it, you speak it, you express it. And a lot of these stories are just locked, untold, unfinished, uncompleted, and they stay as such because we don't say them.
Yeah.
Mm.
Gave me chills there. Thank you.
So speak. And you know I'm always here. But
Yeah.
you know, and this is what LA is right now. What I'm noticing a lot is like, if you need help, reach out. Nobody's gonna reach out,
Right.
actually. People do not reach out just because you offer help.
Right.
When you
Yeah,
see it,
you have to just give help when you see it and
you have to almost go to the burger lounge and buy a burger and put it on the front of the, you know, you just
yeah.
have to do it if you and you are led with this intuitive feeling of I need to call you or I need to tell you something, right? Or I need to reach out to you or and it almost like, you know, I'm here. Let me know whenever you need help. You're never gonna call me. What? Why even say it?
Yeah, there was a couple days, 2 days ago and yesterday where I would just like randomly look at my phone just to see if you send me a message.
Me?
Yeah. I'm like, man, I really want to talk with her, but it almost felt selfish of like I have the inside scoop. Not that I was gonna go and like tell everyone that I know, like I know what's going on in LA, but I really just wanted to hear from you.
Hmm.
And there was just a part of me that was concerned. And I'm sure you have when someone's in like a disaster scenario like that, you have 100 people that are feeling the same way. So what I didn't want to do is like bring you more energy of worry if you were
Mm.
just having space to figure it out. So
Okay, so you see what's interesting? So let me tell you my version of it on this side.
okay.
And this is how we never get to express what it is. Like on my side, I was like, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Total, not rejection, actual total rejection of what is happening. It's like, fine, I got this. I got it covered. I was in a worse shit before. I mean, everywhere I go, it's either earthquake or fire or, like something always happens. And, but then I realized, wait a minute, I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have anyone to call. Nobody's here to help me. I'm fully responsible, not only for me, but for this woman who doesn't speak English. It happens to be here to enjoy LA rather than be super scared. It's like I am fully responsible. The amount of weight that I placed myself on it just because I didn't have anyone around, just
Hmm.
because I didn't reach out to anyone. I just reached out to one person and I said, hey, to my ex. And I was like, well, just so you know, there was this like release of energy that I had to just get out of it. And I was like, well, this is happening. I don't really know. And me and her talked, and that was it. But inside, the isolation that I felt because no one was reaching out, no one, meaning because I didn't have people reaching out in the beginning for the same exact reason that you did.
Hmm.
Massive. That's what I'm saying is like what we think is happening is actually most of the time not happening for the other. This is just our own reflection.
Projections. Yeah.
And the isolation felt and aloneness in it was palpable, palpable.
Hmm.
And every time I got the text, I felt love, support, even if nobody's around me. When people were worried, and then of course I'm going to say, don't worry, it's fine. I'm just going to flip it. But it's almost very much the defense mechanism on my side, not to now worry you. It's like this game of us being too much for one another is really stopping us most of the time to do truly what our soul is seeking to do, which is to connect on the energetic level. Because, dude, you can help me from Hawaii. You know, I know. But what you can do is love me.
Hmm.
And in the end of the day, the love is what saves it all. It's like the love
Hmm.
gives you this hope. It's like that continuation of that community that can be across the ocean and
Hmm.
someplace else. So nothing to say, but this is the story that it's untold. So you say your version, and of course it's justifiable. It's right from your standpoint. And then I say my version, and then you and I together see exactly what wrong did we do if in not connecting or later on finding out the way to connect. So this is what we do
Hmm.
all the time. Ugh.
Yeah. Well, even in connecting yesterday to make sure we got on the podcast today, I was like, I turned to Carly. I'm like, Melissa's like, yeah, let's go. Let's do the podcast. And I'm thinking, I'm only seeing what I'm seeing on what they're putting out. So I'm thinking like, there's fires everywhere. You can't breathe. You have to wear a mask around. I'm like, I can't believe she's willing to do this.
Yeah.
You know, she's gonna like pull the mask aside to to talk.
And yeah, I was like, I don't want to stop my life. I mean, but this is what is life force right now.
Hmm.
This is what the life force is, this exact connection. And I have another session. I was actually supposed to have 4 sessions today.
Mm.
Like, you know what? I'm not gonna cancel anything unless another alarm happens and something stops it for it. But I, like life goes on. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Hmm. Well, just, as a side note, if you have nowhere to go and you're on a boat or a plane, just come here.
Okay.
We'll set you up.
Thank you. And when we offer help, I mean, when we offer our home or love or bread, technically, to eat to someone from the heart, it's really awkward.
Hmm.
But it means life. It's
Hmm.
actually the straw to drink water and survive in a desert. That's how it feels. But I am hell awkward when someone offers me something like that, and I'm like, oh, okay, next. But even that is beautiful because it's really cute. That's what I was saying. It's like it's such a cute feeling that we don't get to experience all the time. And
Yeah.
to offer such a thing to someone is just like really cute and beautiful. It's beautiful. So my mom was like, "What's going on in the news?" I was like, "I don't know. Can we talk about something nice for change?"
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah. But thank you.
Yeah.
I feel the same, and I think you and I connect on a deeper level that sometimes words cannot even explain.
Hmm.
I mean, we'll we'll always be there for one another no matter what. So thank
Hmm.
you.
Yeah. And you taught me a very powerful lesson. If I feel this again, I'm just gonna call you next time.
Yeah. Yeah. And I will too. But I'm glad you have a coach and that this is something I have to work on. So you're way ahead of me when it comes to that. But we learn as we go.
Hmm.
Okay.
So
So
were we just into gift or were we on the core wound? We just talked about core wounds, I think.
we touched base last time on the core ones and
Okay,
which one affects you, which one affects me. And what I was thinking, we can go through 6 core ones and leave the portals for the last call next
sure.
time.
Hmm.
Because these core ones are really beautiful and, like you said, they're right on time actually to be talked about. So we can
Hmm.
just go through how this is actually karmic and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to start with this. The Venus sequence reveals karma as a genetic sequence that unfolds throughout your life. Your ability to accept this karma with graciousness determines how quickly and easily you transcend your own suffering. And then he opens up the 6 human wounds. And I love how he's saying it's like one after another will lift, 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 lift until it goes to the 6th one, uh, which is represented by the gift of grace. And then suddenly the fireworks will happen and we will just erase all generational karma that we're carrying deep down. What do you
Hmm.
think about that? How cool.
Yeah, it's really wonderful. Do you see this like layered as both personal and collective? Are they two different things that can happen at different points? Or are they kind of like tied together where
Oh,
we think we've like gone through the repression, denial, shame, but the collective is still working on denial and we're
oh. You
yeah.
think they're mushed in one big soup at the same time?
I don't know. I wonder, I'm like in other areas of life, it's clear that there's personal transformation, but there's also the collective. So I think, well, this is probably similar, right?
Mm. Yeah, good question. So what you're saying is that everybody's working on something at the same time.
Hmm. And then kind of like the collective shifts would be on a grander scale, probably one that we're not used to comprehending, like perhaps um years or decades.
Yeah. It makes me wonder if we're all working on something, but yet on different things at the same time, which is only now. It makes me wonder, is it that is it that that is that the reason why we don't connect with everybody on a pain level?
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I I think of I heard this, I'm trying to think of the saying or the phrase. It's like they're in a different stage of
Mm,
self-love, you could call it.
mm,
So like where we are now, like anytime you have a temptation to judge another for where they're at, how they're behaving, what they're doing, what they might be doing to themselves or to their like how they're living their life, we can judge it and say like, well, that's not right because I have a perspective that's moved past that. That's clearly like harming yourself or others, or it's creating more panic or chaos or confusion,
mm.
or the negative states. But we don't know, like, trying to think of an example. Like if someone's on the street and they're selling their body,
Mm,
it's a very easy thing for most people to judge. But if where they came from before that was repression, then in a way um,
mm,
they are moving through whatever it is they need to move through. They're healing their karmic repression,
mm,
and learning to express and just no, I'm just gonna do what I have to do, and I'm gonna do it however I have to do it, and that's their stage, right? So, did that answer your question, or was that a tangent?
No, that's beautiful because you're right. It's like when we see it, we apply the rule amongst everybody. But
Hmm.
everybody has a story. Everybody has the wound that they're working on, and not everybody actually blends in. But we have this sense of being liked by everyone.
Hmm.
And without understanding that being disliked by someone doesn't mean they dislike you. That means maybe that they don't really connect on the core level of wounding that they're working on through the process with you at that moment.
Hmm.
It's like, wow, and we want 7 billion people to like us online? Like, this is impossible.
Hmm.
So, the, I mean, like to like, we bond on the pain level, on the wound level. That's why it's like, because that same sense of, I don't want to be alone in this, like only one who has the wounds. But we're so like spread across the earth being into a very different individual, independent, unique processes for almost number of different wounds. Like these 6 wounds to me, when I read the 6 wounds, and there are two that I have, I feel a connection with them. There's a certain connection. Mine is repression and separateness. And I'm not no longer feel the repression, maybe in some level, but separateness is really real in me. It actually has a sensation in the body. And I'm like, wow, but I don't feel shame. So it's almost like this is my lane that I came here to work on, and whatever
Hmm.
help me and help whoever else is behind me carrying the same wound.
Hmm.
That's what I'm like noticing distinct feelings between these wounds when I read them.
Hmm. And to just to quickly touch on it, because you kind of asked, is this why we don't get along well with others? Because we're kind of working in different karmic patterns. Um, I'm largely like one, two, and three are pretty big for me. Repression, denial, shame. And whereas you feel like you're in separation, but we seem to get along pretty well.
Mm,
So perhaps it's not this specific thing. It might just be like our level of, I think what it more is like your level of awareness,
mhm,
your level of consciousness. Like you kind of meet people like, if we ran into someone who knows, but like say someone has like gone through the six and they're chilling, they're
mm,
they're monk mode. I don't know if I would gel that well with them because I'm like, how do I relate to you?
mm, mm. Yeah. Do you well, this brings another question. Trauma bonding. The wound.
Yeah.
You and I really don't bond on any trauma or any wound. We bond on a different level.
Hmm.
You have a sense,
Hmm.
right? We bonded on a purely energetic level.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's almost what I feel too as I'm sitting here. I'm like planning out I was like, I'm gonna text Melissa when this is done. I'm gonna say, I love you. It's such a high to talk to you. But now I get to say it right now. Because it's like whenever we connect, I feel like my higher self come becomes more alive. Like it's just easier. And for others, it's like this person's gonna help you work on your shit. And that's great too. I think
Mm,
both are both are powerful because the one kind of magnetizes me to the place I'm going, right? Like gives me the hope and the peace. And the other is giving me the capacity for empathy and
yeah.
emotion. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Especially if yeah. So that's cool because we don't have to bond on trauma or wounds only. That means we can cross bond on many, many different layers of us with other people.
Hmm.
Really cool.
Hmm.
Wow. That was a aha moment for me as well. I was like, wow, it's not only one, it's actually many layers of us.
Hmm.
So you like this one, the friends like this one, my mom likes this one. It's like, huh, different perspective.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's touch base on all of them.
Okay. So just to
Repress.
list them out so people are aware. Number one is repression. Number two, denial. Number three is shame. Number four, rejection. Number five is guilt. And number six is separation.
And these are all karmic. And they get all activated in the Venus sequence too,
Mm,
which is EQ, IQ, SQ, attraction. It's like interesting enough. They get activated when in connection and relation with another.
right.
Bam.
Hmm.
So we can't go without it. This is the test we have to pass the most because we are connecting human beings and we will, no matter what, connect and relate to other people. But watch
Mm,
out. This will get triggered. Yo.
hmm. Um, I'm curious, how do you feel separation shows up in relationships for you? Because that's your core wound. Like inherently you'd think, oh, separateness, that's something you have to deal with on your own. But I'm sure it's like triggered in relationships.
Mm-hmm. It comes as this belief, this something I've done this before, this like, but it's not the intuitive knowing towards the higher understanding or higher self, where everything is light, everything is like released when you are in full forgiveness and acceptance, right? But I'm
Mhm.
talking like when in relation to someone, I know I'm different from you and I know you will never be able to see me. Belief. No matter how I try to show you who I am, you actually cannot see me. You only see yourself. With that, I am so separated from you, even though the desire is to merge completely with you.
Mhm.
And that is lonely
Mhm.
and very, very lonely. So, not alone as an individual in the together ship or whatever, but rather lonely that you don't get to be seen, but by the one you want to merge with fully as one.
Mhm. Which is like the perfect half that would bring you to a sense of completion.
Mm. Yeah. And you know what the lesson is so far for me every time? But all I have is me.
Mhm.
As much as I want you to tell me, to give me, do this for me, it's actually what I need for me. And
Yeah.
that is always forever lesson to be learned to come back to you. And if you don't know how to come back to you, you turn out to God, right? So you turn out to believe in something unbelievable. But yet you need this connection. either to self, to the other, or to else. And if you don't have this, you're seeking it in other. If you don't have the other, you're seeking it up there. If you don't have it there, then you lost the hope for self, for life, right? So the separateness comes because I cannot in that moment understand, because the wound is triggered, I cannot understand why you are not there for me. Knowing that you cannot read my mind, knowing that only I know what I need, knowing that the language limits me to tell you what it is that I need, and knowing that all my defensive systems right now will turn on to attack you because you don't see it, you don't tell me, you're not able to give me what I'm looking for. And the separateness really get triggers because honestly, I don't even know what that is. I'm asking you to tell me. I'm asking you to give it to me. I'm asking you to fulfill me. Of course you're guilty. So it's almost like this trickery, but the sense of loneliness in it is like here's another example. When you are in need of emotional nurturing or emotional soothing and you do not know how to regulate that on your own, sometimes sleep helps, sometimes bath helps, sometimes, praying to the mother nature and different entities helps, but not all the time. You need another to hug you. You need another to hug you when you yell the most. And just put the hands on it, on your body. You need that connection. You need that touch. You need that soothing. You need that, it's all gonna be fine, babe. And when that's gone and it's not there, that whole another emptiness opens up and being alone in the relationship where you actually are living life together.
I'm gonna say, I have two words I'm gonna say, and I'll just say the word. We'll just try a little experiment and tell me what comes up for you, whether it's a memory or the emotion itself or whatever. So the first word is longing.
Hmm. I want to cry. Yeah. Sadness. And infinity. To me, that is infinity at the reach, at the potential, at the possibility, at the evolution of self. As like I am sitting at the edge of the cliff and I don't see the stairs for the next step, but I know they're there and I want it, but I can't have it. It's the tip of the tongue that dances to tell me what it is, and I don't know the word. It's longing for something untouchable, unexplainable, but yet so vividly experienced in the body. And it can be to self. To me, yeah, if I'm looking up to you and I make myself so delusional that you can gift me this, that I can get with you there, but yet you don't see what I see, then the only option for me to go there is with me. If I feel I have wings to fly up high, only I feel that. So longing for you to tell me, to show me, to experience it with me is really just longing for my potential to be expanded for it and me doing something about it. I don't know. What about you? Good question.
Beautiful. I kind of want to do the next one and then we'll
All
see if
right.
there's space to share. That was like poetic though. I want to capture that. Um, this has a different flavor to it. Twin flame.
That's scary to me. That's scary. It's like, to me, it's like, do you really, to me, how I understand it is like, I love you, but I hate you at the same time. How is this possible? Like, you owe me, but I want nothing from you. It's so powerful, but yet I'm afraid of it and I don't want it. You push my limits so much and I hate it so much, but at the same time, I know I need it and I love it. And you're right there in front of me, and I will never be able in this life, maybe, to see who you truly are, because your colors are different now. And deep
Mm.
down, I know there's a part of you that speaks different language. Either you are lost or I'm lost, but we both are lost in it. To me, it's like terrifying.
Mm.
The concept of it.
That's beautiful. It's like a anema in a way. It's shapeshift. It's like you can't really see it for what we think of in the definition of like you'll know it'll be so clear to you because it's playing on that duality within you. So
Hmm.
it escapes you. Is it like at the end of the infinity that you speak of with longing? You're gonna say something. I don't want to get you off
On
track.
on the twin flames, it's so powerful that it's destructive.
Hmm.
That's the part that is like it has so much potential to blossom, but also self-destruct. It's like taking a pill. I don't know, blue or we talked about this last time, blue or red. But your entire self knows to take blue and you end up taking red because there is this,
Oh yeah.
there is this temptation. I don't know. You tell me. I love your
Yeah.
question.
No, I see where you're at and I love it. Uh yeah, so last week I had a dream, and in this dream there was a woman and she was there to heal me. And at the same time she kept trying to kiss me.
Mhm.
And I was saying, listen, I can't, like we did kiss and then it was like, I can't do this. I have a partner, Carly, my wife, and she's like, yeah, I know. I'm like, okay. And then she kept trying. I'm like, what? Stop. But in the midst of that, she's like doing a healing and she's showing me like all this anger here. And this is manifesting now in my life since that dream. I have such crazy pain in my left side of my neck. And she's like, here's anger. I'm going to show you what it feels like what you've been repressing. And she like anchored to me in like this hug and then brought me into this whirlwind of like this rage. Like I've never felt this before. And in the hug, it was like that was anchoring me to you can't get lost in it. Like I'm here to like kind of ground you in it. And that was I have weird dreams here and there, but I woke up from that and was like, yeah. I shared it with my coach, and I was still kind of like processing like, oh, so I must have some anger I need to work through. I met with this healer. And then my coach said she kind of ignored the parts that I was focused on, and she's like, let's look at this feeling of longing. Because I mentioned have this like lingering, like this longing of this person. Like, who was this person? Because in that mode, it was like she can see me fully and she knows me better than I know me. And then there's also this element of like we obviously we're not supposed to be together, but there's an element of like you said, like it's the push and the pull. Um, so since that dream, I've been like contemplating this longing and the way you described it, it just touched exactly what I'm feeling.
Mm.
Um, Yeah, it's very profound. And the imagery that comes up that I've always seen and been like, okay, that makes sense is I don't remember what it's called right now, but it's the circle and it's split into the middle, white and black, and then there's the black circle and the white, and then the white circle and the black.
Yin yang.
Yin yang. Okay, obviously, yeah. A little
Yeah.
brain fart. But that was like what I feel happened in the dream was like I met the yin or the yang in that instance.
Wow.
And as you describe it, like it's also part of you. It's also like just you, like this twin flame thing. And yeah, I'm curious what you think. I'll just share that and
One thing that kept coming up while I was listening is this is the human experience.
Mm.
Experience it while you're here. In whatever form, it doesn't make sense to me. No sense here, no sense here, that these sensations, feelings, and questions, and even this perspective of longing, even the concept of it, is might not even exist out there. How can you, as a spirit, long for something, right? Or as an energy? You
Mm.
can get guided towards, you can be pulled and pushed towards something. But the feeling of longing is so profound that somewhere there it speaks your language. Only your language, only unique to you. Only something that it's almost like a crossroads in the signs and the codes that you have to kind of uncode. And your longing is different from my longing. So it's like the edges of it is like, to me, that means potential of how much I can love another person or blend in. But it's my
Mm.
potential. So even when I'm together with another, and no matter the depths of it, it's like I can only get for me there where I want to be. So to me, those are codes. And those are so important for us to read on our own and decipher because they're very unique to you while you're here right now. And plus, you get to feel them in your body. Holy
Mhm.
shit.
Mhm.
Plus six senses, plus the seventh, plus the eighth, and all these layers. It's like it's a whole experience, and you go
Mhm.
every single direction. It's like 7 worlds of one experience of being human. So I approve. Meaning nothing happens. I started reading, there's this, oh, we're kind of out of time, but I have like 5 more minutes.
Okay.
There's this really, really cool psychological phenomenon on the sexual fantasies that everybody has. But it's very scary subject to talk about. And
Mhm.
it's the fantasies that we have when it's so intimate with another human being, speaking on a physical level, right? So sex is sex are actually the codes or our emotional needs not met ever.
Mhm.
Either in childhood, either in the adulthood, whatever, something gets suppressed at some point and
Mhm.
something triggers something for it to develop something. And when you want to surrender to another human being, often who you trust, who you are so vulnerable, intimate, and raw with, who you build this bond, no matter what bond, but this connection with, you also start kind of pulling into the fantasies, what on the things that you want to get even further down bonded in. So
Mhm.
the Dr. Agent Scully from the Files, X-Files.
Yes.
So she is actually the one that wrote a book about what we want and collected millions of letters from people all over the world anonymously talking about their sexual fantasies. That does not apply in the real life. You're only talking your own internal world that only you know and only you know how to deal with. And oftentimes, if you don't know how to deal with it on your own, it becomes total isolation, total freak out, a total scared, total, I will never say this, I will never think about it, total repression, total suppression of it. So it's beautiful work, and you would be surprised of how many of these things internalized are actually scary for everybody to admit them, even anonymously, including
Mhm.
her. So as I was reading, I was like, well, not only in dreams and in reality, we have a lot of thoughts. We think a lot. We feel with those thoughts. And often again, comes down to we don't get to express this because we don't trust it on our own. We trust it, we will never apply this to anybody out there in real life, right? There's a aspect of ethics and kinds and of heart and soul, but they're still there. The fact of the matter is that while you have this to think, while you have this to feel, these are going to be very part of you. And they're not wrong. They're not your personality. They're not traits that apply to your individuality and your evolution, but they are part of you. And
Mhm.
somewhere there deep down, they have a code to your emotional needs unmet. Only you can interpret them, right? So even the dream, even this longing, like it means something big because you feel it.
Hmm.
And to disregard it as the feeling that it's not important is really not the key. The key is to actually, oh, this is the season of your life. You feel the longing. What is it? Be curious about it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm stepping into curiosity and what my cousin, she's very wise. She helped me to see, she used the same word, human experience.
Mm,
And she said, you have a strong part of you that likes to attach meaning to everything.
mm,
So even in sharing that experience with you, I won't then want it to go into explanation. This is why it happened, this is why it showed up, and this is what I'm doing with it. And instead, I'm trying to just be like, here's where I'm at. I don't know what it means. And I'm just here to feel it for now.
feel it. Yeah. Hmm. Damn. Well, we didn't even touch base on anything, but it's okay. This is really good, actually. I love it.
We did, and we didn't, right? It's
Yeah.
related.
I love when it flows on its own organically and when things just pop up the way they need to. So I love
Mhm.
you a
Love you
lot.
too.
And I love this time that we dedicate, no matter the danger, no matter the tiredness, you know? It's like it will always be there, but the invitation is to intentionally come back to the same space again and again and again. And
Mhm.
we're doing so good, so I'm proud of us.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. Talk soon.
See you
Ciao.
next time.
Look, I'm wearing this for you.
Heart of Pisces. Nice.
You're like the best man Pisces I've ever met. And
Why
just
do
so
you
you
say that?
know, y'all have a really bad rap.
I know.
Sucks. That's not true. I want to correct that cricket picture of men Pisces.
Yeah, it seems like the that they're over emotional, change their mind a lot. That's what I see.
Mm. What do you hear people say about men Pisces, not Pisces in
Well,
general?
yeah, that's what I hear from men, like that they're like not reliable is another one. Wishy-washy.
Uh-huh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What's not true? What's wrong with being emotional?
Yeah. Yeah. I always see
What's
stuff and I'm like, maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but I
what's
think
what, what's wrong with being 100 to 0?
yeah, most
The
people
art.
can't hang with that. So it's I like the imagery of the school of fish where they don't really, like they're going together and they're moving so quickly, but they'll change direction at an instant. And so when they're being hunted, that's what they use to get out of a sticky situation.
Yeah, rather than seeing the sea is huge. We have places to go. Off we go. You don't have to follow, but we go. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Why are you not like in crop t-shirts? You're like the full.
It's
Did you go
morning
surfing?
now.
Oh, is it cold?
I've been cold lately, yeah.
Is it cold in Hawaii? I heard it's like lovely season.
78. It's warm
Mm,
enough.
mm, nice.
Yeah.
Great. So, good morning.
Good
Okay.
morning. How are
Well,
you?
I'm good. I just had another call, so I'm like doing back-to-backs today, and yeah, about to keep forgetting I have to send Carly, and tomorrow I can. I'm really excited to meet with her and start this series if she's up
Mhm.
for it. So I know you will be babysitting, so I thank you so much, so much.
All good.
Yeah. Okay. I'm ready, and let's keep it an hour because we can talk.
Yes. So we're in the gift now for 22.
Yes.
Hmm. What was because there's so much that we could talk about. If we went like paragraph by paragraph, we might be here for 10 episodes. So what stuck out to you initially, like on these first couple of pages?
I have this question and I wrote it here. For Eric, is it true? And I'm going to ask you this question. Graciousness means that whatever you do in life, you always consider the feelings of others.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the great social gifts. And if it's a part of your profile, then your whole life is geared towards impacting people's emotions in a positive way. What do you have to say about this? Because it is your profile.
Yeah, there I will use a story of like contrast. So in my early 20s, which is a fun time for most people, um, I distanced myself from this as much as I could, just because I was like rebelling and trying to see, is this actually serving me? You know, this level of consideration of how people are feeling. And it's kind of mixed in with like maybe not being heard or understood at a deeper level or not knowing how to communicate that to others. So just being like, this is a useless part of me. Let me just forget about it and use alcohol and whatever else to keep it suppressed. Um, and it didn't go well. It was like, it would just constantly come up um, as I'm trying to run from it and suppress it. And I would have these little moments of like, you're probably hurting this person, you're not paying attention, or like, look at them, they seem happy, but they're actually suffering. And I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to be a counselor right now. I'm not trying to be, you know, that person. So it was always there, even when I didn't want it to be. And I think now more than ever, I'm um, deeply sensitive to the emotions of others, and I feel that this is, yeah, it's like a huge part of who I am, and not everyone kind of understands at what level that we are able to feel that. So that's the challenge for me is like in communicating with others, especially when it's like you ever see something in someone and they maybe have never been seen before. So for you to just throw it right in front of them, it can be a lot to digest. So it's like,
Mm,
how do we, how do I bridge what, and it's difficult because you might see it and it might be accurate and you might reveal it to them and they might not be ready for it. And so
mm,
I can come with denial or even if it's really, really sensitive, they can get angry, you know, they can have an emotional reaction.
mm.
Um, so
So question, so you said that you sense others
mhm.
as if like you almost know what they feel deep inside that they know, but they might not reveal or they're trying to hide, but you can actually sense it. Are you sensing it through your own, is it energetic sensation that you feel, or is it intuitive? Because
Mhm.
as we talked in the beginning, us, okay, so us being Pisces, I'm not saying that we're prophets and we can read people's minds and Bluetooth our energy back and forth, but there is the knowing inside. Yeah, it's like it's not that great, but by the way, that's true.
Yeah.
Anyway, but there's this like knowing when to say, when to hug, when to touch, when to be gentle, when to be, and it comes out very motherly, very mother naturally, right? So that's the part that is like, if you feel someone feels a need for something, for being held, for being seen, heard, nurtured, touched, hugged, or maybe simple, just I love you, or I got you, or, supportive part, you act on it. But is that what you're saying? Do you sense this energetic exchange, or is it your subjective, I think you need help and I know better and I will give you the advice for it?
Yeah, it's usually like an intuition for me. Um Occasionally I can like feel something, and like if someone's standing behind me,
Mm.
I'll be
I
like
love this.
I'm like I don't even want to look back because I'm not liking what I'm feeling. And then there's also like lately more than ever I'm stepping into discernment, which is understanding like there's a lot to unpack with this person and I'm not in the place because typically now I have the three boys when I'm out and about. So for me to like kind of put their interests to the side so I can like help somebody or like or even just talk with somebody or listen. It's not conducive. So lately I have just not bottled it up, but just kind of I see and I'm like, okay, maybe sometime if they reach out personally, then I can share. But
Hmm. Yeah, I like to think of it, and I love this about you. I think you're a very gentle soul, and you have the gentle energy that just falls like a layer, like a sheet
like a
on
leaf.
the burnt skin, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a soothing way of thinking when you are speaking from your own unique experience and feelings and this energy that is just permeating inside of you. Not that you're all perfect, by the way.
No.
I mean, nobody is perfect. Let's not lie about it.
Thanks
But
for hyping me up though.
I just want you to know that I love that about you and that you have this natural grace that I think I'm familiar with it too. That's why I get it because, and the sermon that you're speaking about, it comes with, oh, we can use our energy and feel someone else's energy so much that we exhaust ourselves with it. That's
Yeah.
when learning the boundary and learning the discernment to say, no, not my role to help this
Yeah.
time is our biggest lesson to learn here. Really
Mhm. Yeah, and
nice.
when I sat next to you on the plane when we first met, I was like, her energy is so strong that if I don't step into it, it's like I can't like settle. I'd do the whole flight and I would just be like jumping out of my skin, just feeling it. So I'm like, I have to like in that instance where we're kind of locked in next to each other, I'm like, okay, we're gonna meet so that I can figure out what this is. And it was great.
Yeah. And to that level, it's like that's even deeper to go. That now you're talking energetic exchange and merge. You're talking this almost like the same level of energy meeting and blending in so well that it can come up as a double power. And
Mhm.
it's not like powerful to take on the world, but it's powerful in its own creation if we allow it and honor it to happen and it does its own thing. Like it moves, it evolves, it kind of just plays and flows the way it needs to flow, which is exactly what we've done since we met.
Yeah.
And we only saw each other once
Yeah.
alive. And you're talking, what, 4 years later? I don't even remember how long you've been in Hawaii. I know this is before you guys moved.
Um, Been here 2 years, so 2.5 years. Yeah.
Well, I hope we meet in person again.
Yeah,
I
we will.
really hope. Maybe we
Yeah.
can do this in person one time, or maybe many more times. I hope. Okay,
Mhm.
so the graciousness. So when you say the grace or the graciousness as a gift here, what does that feel for you? How do you feel the energy of graciousness?
Mm. I think it's hard to like share, like I'm trying to almost think of like what if you didn't have this gift, how would it look, right, for that person? So it's like I'm trying to like step out to share it, but yeah, the only thing I can say is like there's deep intention involved in every interaction, and not to say that I'm perfect again. Moments of unconscious behavior, usually are reactive, so reacting to situations without having a moment of clarity. But for the most part, every person I see, like if I go to the coffee shop and I'm working, there's kind of like a scanning that I'll do with every person that walks in just to see like, and when I was younger, I kind of funneled that into like safety because that was a big priority for me. So it was like, am I safe? Is this person that just walked in safe? And I took it to the extreme in that regard, but now it's just kind of like, who's this person? Do I know them? Are they familiar to me? Is there something that they're carrying? In terms of like energy, like what are they bringing
Mm,
into the space, and how can I, for some people, I'm getting like this vibe of they just want to come and talk to me and potentially siphon energy or whatever it is. And
yeah.
if I'm like, this isn't for me right now, then I'm like, I'm gonna lock in deeper and let them know like I'm not available. Whereas other people, the energy is something that I do want to take part in, or maybe just see what they're about. And this happens more with like older people.
Mm,
I'm like, let me tap into the
yeah.
wisdom a little bit and see what's there. And then I'll kind of open myself up body language wise, and then maybe even initiate conversation.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I'm rambling a bit, trying to fill in.
No, really cool. And I'll add to that. So there is this core of, I think the gift of graciousness is like deep down core of start, almost like a starting point. And when you tap into that core, and I speak a little bit about it through you having this gift, but you also being the water sign, the Pisces, and astrologically, it's like when you tap into this core of attuned energy that on your own how to trust, when to use, how much to use, how to kind of scan people, environment, where it's safe, where it's not. This is where you are very much controlling your potential from your core. This is what the graciousness for me actually meant when I read it. It says there's this profound kindness at the core of this gift that can elevate others beyond their normal consciousness to states of love, laughter, or tears.
Hmm.
And when you say, I want to feel and taste the energy that it's approaching me, so that way I can see if we can blend the energy. The naturalness of the core inside to me sounds when you're so knowing deep down your center, your core of yourself, that's where the natural 22 graciousness can come up. And when it comes up, it's welcoming a lot. And it's getting so attractive to people to come in and start to talk to you. Not only do you have the 22, but you're also Piscean. This is also where the Piscean energy comes from, in my opinion. It's like you are attractor because there's this energy that people know that possess, that they feel that they have inside, but don't know how to get to them themselves. So they want to talk to you. They want to crystallize, they want to taste this texture of you,
Hmm.
of your energy and your radiance. So it's not what we say, it's not the books we read, it's almost like it's the energy that they're attracted to, and it's magnetic, it's sucky, they want a little piece of it, just to feel it, just to taste it. So that's what I
Hmm.
meant when I was like, wait a minute, the graciousness also is, yes, I can help you, but at the same time I don't really need to do anything. But the
Hmm.
moment I am my gift and I feel this in my core, it's doing its own thing on its own.
Yeah. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, you've definitely captured the essence of someone else's perspective on it. And when you first asked me, I'm like, oh, let me try to put myself in someone else's shoes. But you seem
Mm.
to know, maybe someone's told you that can put it into words, like what it is that they're seeing in you and in that. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I don't have this gift in my profile. But I sense this is where I sense you too, to that potential in you. And I was told it's just like it's not even the graciousness. It's almost like I am being seen by you for who I am.
Hmm.
And like you help me see me.
Mm.
You kind of show me who I am. That is the revelation. And I don't know how I do it really, but you know how you mentioned I know who I want to do it with, and well, actually, no. Let me rephrase. I know who I do not want to do it with,
Yeah.
which leaves I know exactly what energy is not mine to blend in with,
Hmm.
more than I know who I'm blending in. Like I know exactly what it is that it's not for me.
Hmm. Yeah.
I also like this, just to add to that, is that this profound awareness of this gift of karma means that a great deal of your work in life will lie in the sphere of relationship and the emotions.
Hmm.
And we open this call nicely about talking about the men having an emotions.
Yeah.
So if you learn how to temper your own emotions, releasing them safely without disrespecting others or yourself. Any thoughts on this?
Mm. Disrespecting others or yourself.
You
Yeah.
only learn how to deal with them. Was it hard to learn how to deal with your emotions?
Yeah, I'm still learning. And my kids are great teachers on this because I'm constantly tested. And recently, for the first time, maybe with all three of my boys, I've been able to express an emotion I'm feeling, but not maybe more specifically like anger. Like, hey, you're starting to make me mad. Like I can say that now and
Mm.
show them a little bit with the tone of my voice without instead like like huffing, puffing, like kind of scaring them. Because I've seen when I scare them and I'm like, I remember feeling that with my dad. And it's like, okay, we're going from respect, like respect your parents, over into fear, to fear your parents, and then you're muddying the border of fear and respect. And I think that leads to later on like feeling that sense of rebellion or that my parents can't understand who I am because I must fear them. And if I fear them, then I can't love them fully or they can't love me fully. So in that, I'm like, hey, like kind of just stating like this is my emotion right now based on your behavior. And I can show you, let me explain to you how your behavior is affecting the room and how people are not liking it and or whatever it is. Um, and then usually I show it, and then if they're open to it, that goes back to like the ability to consider the feelings.
Mm.
Like if they close off immediately and they want space, or they're like it upset them and they want to cry, then I'm like, okay, have your space. But if they're like this happened with Jace, our middle child, he was just defiant and like screaming orders at both Carly and me, and she let him know that she was upset, and then I also let him. I'm like, hey, buddy, you're not. The reason why we're upset is because you're not listening. And if you're not going to listen, then we're going to take your energy somewhere else because it's disrupting everything. And he cried a little bit and then he was sitting there and he was like, but he was open with his body language. He was open enough that I think I could talk to him. So I came up to him and I said, does it make sense why Mama was mad at you and why this is happening? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like,
Oh,
do you want me to explain it more to you? Do you want me to? He was like, no. And then I'm like, okay. I'm like, and then like very gently, I ask him like, do you want to go do this thing or do you want to have this? And he's like, yeah. And then he kind of like reset, right? So before it's like in those moments, it's like I'm angry, this is my reaction, and now all of a sudden I'm off the rails because I have to prove to you that I'm angry, and it's gonna continue until I'm not, which who the
mm.
fuck knows when that's gonna end.
Yeah.
Um, so. I'm very happy with that recently. Like just being able to um there's just like a little gap now, and I don't know why this development is happening. Maybe it's just maturity, um, where I can see it as it's happening and then introduce space like before and after. And that I think that little bit of space really helps the receiver be able to process it in a new way, right? Instead of like
Mm.
someone's launching something at you and you have to either catch it, dodge it, or, it's not like that. It's much more gentle.
Mm. But the awareness of it is like, oh, I changed this little mini 2 minute gap
Mhm.
into my cycling process and the way I used to do this before. And this little mini change, innovative change, got me to a very different result.
Mhm.
I feel calmer. I feel regulated, and my regulation can regulate my child.
Mhm.
That then regulates probably Carly and everybody else inside.
Yeah, and me. So it's like I I'm letting you know I'm angry, but I'm doing it in a way that I'm giving you some space. And ironically enough, in that space that I'm giving you, I'm feeling like, oh, I can like now I'm releasing some, right?
Yeah.
Instead
Yeah.
of just driving it in, driving it forward. Yeah.
I love that. I really like that because it shows the the changeability of the same process, and that it shows that there are other ways, that when the blind and darkness just comes as a veil and we put these like goggles on that a black can see through because we're so dysregulated, there's also a potential for another innovative way of thinking and feeling and stopping. And there's this like moment of decision, and I'm always catching those moments into how do you become aware, how do you get to this sensation of like sense of self that you're about to burn the house down, and but you're also about to recollect yourself, put yourself together, add that little mini pause in between, and actually change the trajectory of the results. And that awareness just shows the evolution, and
Mhm.
how power of how uh we can and we have potential to do it differently, do exact opposite. The question
Mhm.
is, do we catch ourselves all the time? Or,
Yeah.
can you do it all the time when it happens? And it happens very many times, I bet. Not
Yeah.
in my life, too.
Yeah. And I think the moments where we don't catch it and it gets to the point of like, I'm gonna burn the house down, like you said. Like to me, that
Mm,
analogy, I'm like, whoa, that's pretty extreme. But we get there, right? And I think when we get there, it's also a teaching moment, like our kind of like our emotional body reminding our intellect, like, hey, this is more than what you thought it was. Like you don't have control
mm,
of this. So it's time to shift, right? Shift
mm,
perspective and change.
mm. To connect to these 6 core wounds of humanity that he talks about in this, I think it's such a good way to describe whenever we are at the edge of when something triggers us so much, it turns on one or the other way, if not all, maybe some of these wounds that he speaks about: repression, denial, shame, rejection, guilt, or separation.
Mhm.
And even as a parent, I can only imagine, even as a parent, you might also have this being triggered by someone else being triggered by someone else being triggered. So as if it's like the domino effect of a child and a parent and a grandparent, and no matter what year, these like defensive mechanism that just turns on out of blue and takes over and control and takes over to defend, to protect from these wounds that he is explaining here. And this is where that dysregulation comes in place. This is where we feel for life, and we fear that we're just going to disappear. And it's all nervous system. It's all automatic. It is very unconscious way of reacting. And
Mhm.
if we are just able to take that pause before replying back, before reacting back, before sending that text back or saying back the same energy or exchanging at that level of exchange that it's angry or defensive or reactive, if we can just take a pause, I think that's when the shift happens. And you are actually entering a totally different space of awareness.
Mhm.
That's, I wish there's a button that we can just flip on, turn on for this part of the brain that regulates the rational way of thinking. Hold on, pause, and take a moment. Boom. That would be so
Well,
easy.
maybe breath is kind of like a button, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when your kid comes in and jumps on your head and starts yelling and barking orders, and it's totally dysregulated and it's kind of rising this anxiety, like, do you have like ritual that takes you back to breathing, 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 breathing? Remember, remember, remember.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't. That's a good idea though.
Breathing, breathing, breathing.
Having a ritual or having like a mantra too can be helpful because often mantras put you in um that parasympathetic, and then you know it's like you're returning to like the mundane, or like the ability to just remember, your stability, because when you're saying your mantras, you're doing it in like a meditative space. So whether it's a
Yeah.
breath or a mantra or like a phrase, something kind of like to bring you back.
Mhm. Tony Robbins used to teach this. I think it was it like NLP or something.
Tapping, yeah.
Uh-huh. And then the butterfly.
Yep.
Yeah. There are ways,
hmm
but we need the will. All right.
hmm
Anyway. Okay.
So these wounds, I have a question for you.
Yes.
And this is like just I don't understand. Are these wounds, when I'm thinking of the Venus sequence, we have our, forgive me, I'm trying to find it here. I think in EQ, I don't remember if EQ, where it's revealed, when you're working through the Venus sequence, he's like, we all have 6 wounds and we come in typically with one, like very strongly. Um, do you remember offhand? Is that like, does that show up in your EQ, or is that something you kind of like discover on your own, separate from gene keys, or like which of the 6 wounds that kind of you came into this incarnation with?
Oh, well, I have two in my profile from here, which is the
Denial.
repression, and then it's not denial, and the separation.
Where in your profile does it show up? Oh, hmm.
The 40th and the 63rd. 63rd is part of the Venus sequence, and 40th, I believe, is my radiance, the activation.
So how did, hmm. So how do those spheres relate to like, how did you know, like, how do I know if I look at my profile what my wound or what my wounds are?
Okay, I'll tell you. Because how do you not know? Okay, so yours is the third seal, Universal Love, 25th CD. I just don't know where it belongs to you. And I don't know why I wrote this. I wrote this a long time ago. And your Universal Love is actually shame. Your wound is shame. Eric,
Oh, wait, how did you know that?
I looked at the numbers for the sake of, the conversation. Yeah, I wrote it here. Eric and me and me.
So my s- my sphere of IQ is 25 IQ, universal.
IQ?
hmm
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So
So
this is
your wound
like
is
very
shame.
very practical. So like that means shame. So are there like, I'm still not understanding. Like how did you get from there to shame?
Oh, well, okay, so if you look at the opening of the third seal, Universal Love, and it
Uh-huh.
says brings being it triggers a huge wave of release that can spread from person to person like a positive virus. Shame, this seal heals the
Oh.
human wound of shame. So
Oh,
everything explains, yeah.
I should have just turned the page. Okay. It says the cities here. Got it.
Okay, but I want to go back to the 169. And I
Sure.
want to just touch base on the Venus sequence here. I think there's this really important thing to read, and I think it's all the way to the bottom, and it says, the prime teachings of the Venus sequence concern showing another human being through relationship how to make responsibility for their own feelings instead of projecting them onto others. This ability is very essence of the 22nd gift of graciousness, and it is preparing humanity to make a great leap for the 55th. Okay, question. Do you, somewhere deep down in your core parts of self, in a bone marrow, have the inkling to show, teach others how to take responsibility for their own feelings when you relate?
For their own feelings?
Yeah, or projections, and not to project them onto others. Do you have this burning desire to show them, hey, you're projecting onto me what you feel, and you need to take the responsibility for your own feelings?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me. Is this your devil's advocate?
Let me just share what's present for me. So I've always had this, like, whatever, like, you mentioned bone marrow, like this calling that I feel like teaching something or showing, like, revealing, showing, whatever it is. And then pairing with that, um, Carly and I often will get into this game of like, no, this is your energy. No, this is your energy. Like, we're both trying to be cognizant of when I'm bringing in something and putting it on her, and then vice versa. So it's like a little bit of like boundary setting and also awareness. Um, so that's present to me right now, just because of that. But I think like that's the most personal relationship that I have. It's the deepest, where we get deep every day. So it shows up where I'm like at first allowing her to reveal to me like, oh, I am bringing energy into this. This is related to a wound that I have, and I'm kind of putting her like, am I putting you in this space where this isn't actually what you're feeling? I'm just kind of needing something to reflect back what I'm feeling. Like I'm needing to like get in an argument so that I can show you that I'm actually angry and like at my wit's end. I don't have control. It's like that's been revealing, and I've allowed that over the last 2 years specifically to really make it present for me, and then kind of like re-humble myself, re-enter humility, and be like, okay, I'm not always 100% on like my ability to see how others are feeling. Um, that being said, I would say I'm pretty accurate, and there's often times when either one of us can get into that as a common like escape from just sensing and showing up when we need to. It's like maybe we're not ready to, or maybe she's not ready to, so she kind of uses that um as a way to delay it, or like let me know like she needs space. Like, oh, you're bringing this in. This isn't anything to do with me. And I'm like, okay. And then now I can just say, okay, I'll come back to it and I'll just hold it. And if I can hold it and wait, then I know it's not mine. If in the
Ah,
moment it like agitates me when she says it, and like I have to dive in deeper, I'm like, oh shit, this is probably mine. Does that make sense?
okay, so when you take a moment to let it rest and settle, that's the moment you realize what's yours to take responsibility for and what's not. Is that right?
Um, yeah, in that moment when I can take space, I feel like, okay, this isn't actually like me ignoring the signs and just pushing shit. Um, and then and the opposite side, like if she says it, this is you, you need to figure it out, and she leaves me in it, and I'm just like fuming. I'm like, oh shit, okay, like because of my reaction to that, that I'm not okay with it, then there's validity to what she's saying. So uh,
Mm,
so I've she's obviously the what do you call it? Trauma bond is like the negative version of what you call a primary relationship. And Richard always talks about like don't leave your relationships because this is the most important thing. This is what you're here for. Um, and she's been able to teach me so much, and I feel like I've evolved my ability and my skill in like communicating emotions and then being able to see what's real and what's not real. So I give her so much credit because now with other people, it's like way too obvious, you know.
mm.
It's like reading an open book. But with the partner that you're loving, you're bound together and you've been through shit, you've been through good times, you've been through bad times. It's hard, it's like more muddy, it's harder, it's not as clear. You also have distractions, you also have like many different realms of life that you've mixed together.
Mm,
Um, so in that sense, I would never want to teach her. It would just be too messy. Like when she tried to teach me swimming, I hated it and I left because she's a great swimmer and I thought I was an okay swimmer. But
oh,
but
I love.
she nearly drowned me, trying to get me to do it the way she thought it needed to be done. So as a metaphor, it's like um the other metaphor is like guys that are really into the gym and they take their girlfriends to the gym. They're like, "Yeah, I'll show you some stuff." And then the girl's like, "I'm never training with you again. You piss me off. Don't tell me what to
Yeah.
do."
So, question. So, what I hear you say is that you have through this, when you say muddy, it's almost like you merge so much intimately with another soul that you blend, you merge to emerge, you become one for a lot of things. So the ideas, the energies are now part of you, part of her, and it's just like going in and out, in and out, in and out. It's like at what point, this is why we have a sense of losing ourselves when we're in a deep, intimate, vulnerable relationship, because everything is together. And Esther Perel used to says, back in the day you used to just be my husband for reproduction, but
Mhm.
now you are my soulmate, my entire village, my caretaker, my financial advisor, my my shoulder for crying, my friend, my boyfriend. It's like you name it. And we have a lot of roles that we take when it comes to the partners, which is why blending in and losing yourself in one, in the relationship or that type of relating, is really easy to
Mhm.
happen. And you have to have figure out the control system when you step outside of it in order to find yourself, what it is that you are, who you are, and then come back to it to say, hey, but this is who I am no matter what. So what I hear you say is that you figured out the system of stepping out, to know when energy is yours to deal with and take responsibility for, and when energy is not yours and it's hers or the others, and you're just letting them take responsibility for. This is
Yeah. Mhm. And also, like, she's helped bring clarity to the idea, like, when I go out in the world, I know when I'm like radiating my own field, like when I'm pushing out how I'm feeling. Like I know when I'm
mm,
not like it's almost like when you're not regulated, right? Like you start to see the world according to the lens that you have over your eye. So if I'm in this place of like constriction or fear or worry or anger or frustration, it's like the world is colored by my perception. So I'm very in those moments I'm like I'm not going to socialize. I'm not going to get into anything because I don't know if my projections are clear. I don't know what you have going on. Also, I can't take anything else on right now. So, that's also like a really useful tool. It's not to say like you can't be in that place. Like you can't feel those emotions and you need to have it in control all the time. But now I know like when I'm there, it's gonna, like, how I interact is gonna be different. How I show up is gonna be different.
Yeah. Yeah, and true. And these moments will happen. They will occur again and again because the more you evolve, the more you get triggered, almost like it never ends, it never stops.
Mhm.
And you know, to know how to take the responsibility is a beautiful concept to me, because yes, we cannot just offload the bag of shit of ours to someone else to deal with. We can't just sit there and expect someone just to come back and fix it for us. This is where back in the day you change, it's your fault. Back in the day meaning in 20s, when the world evolved and revolved around us and we were the best thing and we were the smartest and the most whatever, you know, the most important thing ever. But that role and perception changes how we evolve with it. So I can't expect you to take responsibility. What I can get inspired by to see that you take responsibility for your action and your shit, and you can do that when you are regulated.
Mhm.
And that's, I almost even step further. When you calm down, when the dust settles inside, then you see exactly what you did
Yeah.
and what your actions and your reactions and your words were yours and how that affected someone else. And that's where I'm sorry, true, remorseful, I'm sorry, or, you know, great, humble, I'm sorry actually comes as a true energy exchange rather
Mhm.
than, oh, I'm sorry that I did that to you. There's no energy. There's no truth in it because you didn't really allow it to settle. You didn't really take that responsibility for you. For that, it takes time. For that,
Mhm.
it takes contemplating. For that, it takes sitting in it. And even if you come back a week later or a day later or a year later, it's still valid, in my opinion, to be said, to be corrected, to be um, simply released as the energy. That's beautiful. And it's really hard to do.
Yeah. Yeah,
Really,
it's
really
super
hard.
difficult.
And it's hard because it is backed up by this wounds, this six wounds. One
Mhm.
or the other way, we feel this. We feel this repression, this denial deep down, this shame, rejection, guilt, and separation. And I can speak on two: repression and separation as the life threatening wounds that if I feel separated or rejected or repressed, is like, to me, is the life altering. It is the end, it is the death, and that is what is scary.
Question for you.
Yes.
Since separation is a core wound, are you, like, if we were to segment the types in relationship to anxious attachment, secure attachment, and um, avoidant,
Avoidant.
are you more anxious than avoidant?
I'm more avoidant. But you know, there's a, did I send you this link? There's a link, you do the test and it kind of breaks it down in a pie chart.
No, but please do
I'll
after.
send it to you. And it breaks it down in a pie chart. And this chart, actually, if you do it every year and the work that you're doing and all these moments of awareness and evolutionary aha, ooh, I'm not going to do that again. I did it 5,000 times, no more. These moments of stepping into the next level of yourself actually changes the way the percentage of attachment, avoidant, secure, and disorganized. They're actually floor types.
Hmm.
And they're heavily connected to the childhood and how our parents actually provided this type of security for us.
Mhm, mhm.
Secure love, disorganized, and etc. So I'll send you a link. But to answer your question, yes, I am more avoidant than I am anxious. And I somehow correlate this with this protective ego or a power or a Mars, like a royal bitch that will
Yeah.
get things done. Yes, because it's like, oh, okay, I don't need to deal with this shit right now. I don't need to deal with this problem right now. I have a lot of things to do. So avoiding the problem that is emotional and I have the responsibility for will turn me towards actioning towards something else to make a progress in life where I feel I have control over it rather
Mhm.
than not having control over it. So my avoidant became less and less. Not that it's nothing, it's still very present, and moved, that avoidant percentage moves towards secure the moment you allow these feelings to settle, the moment you allow them to process. And I just talked about this on a previous call. It's like they start and then they finish. This was, I think, Jinky 5. They come out of blue and we allow it, and then they disappear out of blue. But in that allowing, there is the need, deep down need of, why do I feel separation as a death to me, to everything in me, the soul, the heart, the potential, the idealization of life, like the desire, the will, everything is death threatening when I feel so separated from it. And I don't want to deal with it. With that, I'm going to avoid it, and I'm going to finish something else in life to feel that I belong, to feel that I am worthy, to feel all these feelings.
Okay. Interesting. Gotcha.
What
Yeah.
came up?
Oh, just the first instinct, or the first thought I had was, if your wound is around separation, then you'd be more anxious because you'd be like trying to attach to the thing, but you're actually avoiding the feeling of separate, like you're running from that feeling, right? And using other things as distractions. Yeah, that makes sense. Because Carly is she's more avoidant. So I see like parallels between you and her in a lot of ways. In your strength and in your how you show up in the world, like how you first appear with people, how you relate, and how you present yourselves. You know, you're both strong and very personable, and yeah, very cool.
Too much. And keep going. I'm just kidding. Yeah, but this is teachable, and this is programmable. Like, it's not, it's evolutionary. It is the perfect soil to build upon. Well, build from, if you just change the texture of the soil. And that's where coming down into, but what am I avoiding? Actually, it's not you that I'm avoiding. I'm avoiding something in me that scares me. And you know what scares me is that I'm attached to you so much, and that I need you to breathe the air, and that I need you to save me, and that I need you to become my mom, my dad, and my family. And I need you to show me this love that I feel and I aim for. And I'm going to attach to you, but it freaks me out that I'm so attached that I'm going to run away from it. Like, hell no, God, no. But it's still there. And if I don't attach to you, I'll attach to someone else.
Yeah.
It can be chocolate.
Mm-hmm.
It can be, porn. It can be boss. It can be business. It can be money. It can be anything. But actually, I'm avoiding the wholeness of what my core desire is, which is to find it in me. It's me that I need to love. I don't need you to love me. I need to figure out how to love me. And that's where we move from shadow. That shadow. Okay, let me give you another one. When we are faced with such a fight, flight, freeze type of, this like buzzing, split seconds of, I'm about to give up on my life. Not give up on my life. I'm going tragic, but I need to do something right now to survive. The shadow that shows up is the code for our core. Like, what is showing up for me is actually knocking on me to tell me, this is who you truly are. If you look at it from a different perspective, meaning if you use it to guide you towards your gifts. Not only that I avoid the pain of repression or, separation, but somewhere there, actually, this translates to me as, oh my God, my potential to love me is so much that can take me and you and everybody else around. So if this shadow is translated into your gift or your unique part of you that speaks and wants to show up, you actually use it as a code to unlock your true purpose, or not even purpose. I can't say purpose. It's true sense of you, who you are, the truth of who you are, that only you know, that it's so intimate in the core bone marrow of you. So how can you use the shadow to question and ask questions for yourself without reacting to others, to guide you towards the fears and everything else that you're afraid of and defending yourself from, to guide you towards your gift? And And we can use yours as the example, which is shame towards universal love as a CD.
The shadow is deafness and the gift is insight.
Of 25th,
Oh, sorry. Wrong
the
one.
shadow is constriction, the gift is acceptance.
Constriction, acceptance. Yeah, I was reading 43 for some reason. Constriction, acceptance.
So, question, how can you use the shame and shadow to guide you towards the gift of acceptance and later on universal love? Such a complex
Oh,
question.
something's coming. Something recently that was like a really gentle reminder. I don't know exactly. You know when you get like a download, but it doesn't really come like as a phrase or something that you can communicate well. It's just kind of like the energy of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's totally related with this, which is like we keep going through these stages of evolution where we think we figured it out. And it only lasts for a certain period of time. And then we have this moment of like fall from grace, or for me, like a constriction. So it's like the illusion of control for me shows up in constriction, which is related with the shame. Um,
Mm.
and in that moment of like, wait, if it's like it's like before I can even sense that I'm there, I actually have to tap into the gift of accepting that it's there, right? And then it's like that acceptance, because it's physiologically in the heart, like it just releases so much energy that I was holding on to or blocking, who knows? But then now that that's cleared, it's like now I can accept like what's actually available, what's actually here. And then I'm back, kind of like centered in this place where I had forgotten. And this is hard to like speak on looking back, because I feel right now that I'm in a place of open-heartedness, generally speaking. So it's just kind of like, yeah, I remember when this happened, and it's usually comes along with, those feelings that we have of as long as I do X, Y, or Z, then I'll have control over my situation. And in that, it's like you're still in an illusion. Okay, actually, this is relatively recent because um do you know the term red pill? Like in the
Matrix.
Matrix, you take the red pill or the blue pill. The red
Uh-huh.
pill is like
Yeah.
we're gonna reveal to you like what's really going on, what's behind the curtain.
Mm.
So I in the last like few months, maybe since the summer, I've been on this path of like, let me figure it out. Like it's been long enough. I know some things. I want to know more. And I
Mm.
went down this path of knowing more. And inherently, as you're going down this path of like figuring pieces out, there's like a background thing going on in your brain, which is like, aha, got another puzzle piece, put it in. Aha, got another
Mm.
puzzle piece, thinking you're putting the pieces together. And then I came to a point of like the puzzle was like, okay, now that's an illusion. Like this everything's a psyop, like it's just layers and layers and layers. And so
Mm-hmm.
when that finally dissolved, it was like, oh, like I was so constricted. I was so like, butting heads like a ram, thinking I had it all figured out and no one else does, or like some people do, but why don't more people look into this? Why don't more people know it? And How can we get this
Mm.
message out? And then getting to this point of like, I don't have anything figured out. Like we don't really know. And maybe we won't ever know. Maybe we will. Um, but where did I get lost and realize and like the realization that going down this path was distracting me from what's important. And people can tell you that while you're in your shadow, they can tell you like you're distracted, like remember what's important, and you're like, okay, yeah, yeah, remember what's important. Yeah, I know what's important. Family, relationships, my own personal health. You can say those things, but until you have that moment of like the heart releasing, like that's when it's truly important. That's when the things that show up are like they've been right in front of you the whole time. You just see them differently, right?
Mm.
Perception's different.
I love this. And you know what it reminded me on is like, you know, and I don't know if I talked to you about this. It might be a deja vu right now happening. But you know, if you put like a plastic sheet and there's a box and you're in a box and you're about to bang your head about it, so it dents it, and makes it so like dense, and you're trying really to push towards something until you break it.
Mhm.
And then you climb on the top of that box, and then it becomes your beginning, because it doesn't matter what happened in the past, now you're at the top of it and you're starting all over again. But you took that leap of faith. Sometimes it takes us to go so extreme,
Yeah.
to stretch it so much that we lose everything. And that moment is when you realize that it's not worth it, it's all wrong, or there's this like moment of letting go of it.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
it usually puts you right back equally to the extreme opposite. And I've been thinking about this week a lot on that duality and normalizing the dual states in one,
Mhm.
normalizing it. Because if I'm able to be so fanatically invested into something that I believe to that extreme, eventually it will burst. Eventually. And the more I go for it, it will burst and it will pull me all the way back to the complete opposite from it. But it's not doing this and this, or it's not really going on one side. Well, we know what happens when it's like so hard headed and kind of turns into a total
Mhm.
manipulation, right? So this is all the internal process I'm talking about. I'm not talking about moving masses and having them believe into some sort of, the new religion coming up. It's like literally, this is all internal process that you're talking about. This is what I wanted to know as me, and I wanted to see how much I can push my knowledge. But then that pushing kind of bounced you back on the other side. And dual sides of you, of me, is, but I have both sides and both are mine.
Mhm.
And I want to know that I am meant for both. And I
Yeah.
cannot reject one, because that dual, if I'm standing on one side without believing the other, then I am seeing everything and everybody around me as the wrong, because I believe I'm right. But I want to be able to learn what it feels to be right about one thing and learn what it feels to be wrong about the same thing, and
Mhm.
have the perspective where both of them make sense to me, and then um, really take that angle, the third perspective of combining both. And it comes back to that Osho's until you're utterly confused, because I am finding myself questioning everything that I ever believed on and I spoke on. It's really cool feeling to
Yeah.
believe in your total confusion. It's like I'm so confused for a lot of things, but that's the moment I let go. And
Mhm.
it's not about what I'm talking about. It's what I'm confused about. It's about the moment of letting that
Yeah.
counts.
Mhm. Yeah. And also on a personal level, like I'll also dive into projects or hobbies or new pursuits or new knowledge the same way. I'll tend to dive in fully. Um, and one of my best friends, I was sharing this with, like my process. He's like, "Doesn't that get exhausting?" Because I was saying like I'll go in fully and then I'll know if it's for me or not, and then I'll either let it go or continue. He's like, "Wouldn't that get exhausting? Why don't you just like dabble a little bit and kind of see?" I'm like, "This is just how my process is," and in a way, like I'm keeping to the consciousness of maybe not consciousness. It's like, it's almost an illusion to pretend that I can just do a little bit here and a little bit there and a little bit there and not be in anything, because I know like my true essence doesn't want to just be a little bit in everything. Like I want to let me, if it's gonna be
Yeah.
horrible, let me just see. Because I know I've been through it and I've fallen and I've quote unquote died. And I know I always end up on the other side of it. And I'm always grateful for that experience. Whether it's actually me pushing into it, or this is just like whatever programming or whatever universal forces are guiding me into this. But like resistance, like, oh, I'm feeling resistance that I shouldn't do something. I know there's something on the other side of that resistance, something beautiful.
Shadow to gift,
Hmm.
the wound to uniqueness of you, to acceptance of, but this is how I express myself.
Yeah.
So that is that and that comes with so much acceptance, but doesn't but in the end, this is how I'm going to express myself anyway.
Hmm.
I'm going to go full force because if I feel the life force in it, I
Yeah.
feel my potential. I feel that I'm capable of actually taking many different facets at once. And this is you. And you should do you.
Hmm.
You know, and you do you.
Hmm.
Not should. You actually do. The rest is just wasted time. Don't waste your words. It's fine.
Hmm.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. We're at the hour.
Yeah.
But there's so much to talk about this. I think maybe we leave these 7 wounds for the next. What do you think?
Yeah,
Even if it
absolutely.
takes 2 years to do it, there's so much goodies to say about
Yeah.
this.
And I wanna apologize because earlier I said, I was making the speech of like, if we don't start moving through this, it's gonna be 10 episodes on 22. And then as we went through it, I'm like, wait, this is what you and I founded this on, was it doesn't matter how it looks or how long it takes or what it is or how it flows. So I just want to apologize and say I'm reopening to however it goes. I'm here for
I know what you meant.
it.
I really did. And I was like, well, we're not, no, we're not gonna, the point is the pleasure, is not the measure.
Yeah.
It's the time to get there.
Mhm. Yeah.
Enjoy, and we'll continue. I love you so much.
Yeah, I
And
love
I
you
think
too.
you know that. All right.
Mhm.
Enjoy
Mahalo.
your Sunday. Ciao, buddy. All right. The Bardo States. You got a chance to read? I just read it before.
Yes, I did.
And I actually didn't even finish the remaining. I think we need to probably do the part 3 because it's a lot. It's a lot, a lot, a lot.
Okay. Yeah. Bardo. So what came up for you? You had a
Just
lot
more
highlighted, I
processing.
saw.
Oh, I it reminded me of the layers that we are yet to discover that exist. Like we can not only imagine but comprehend with our brains, but also feel. Like it reminded me of, when you're in a meditative state or silence or calm or stillness, then there's this feeling of the layers around you. The layer that can actually be the ending of your skin, where you end physically, and then there's another layer, and you can't really touch it, but it's there. It's like a hot layer of energy in between the two hands. But the awareness of the more layers from what we can feel are yet to be discovered by the mind. And I kind of mixed it up together with the morphogenetic fields of the layers that somehow I cannot sense, but I trust it exists. And the trust as the texturized feeling or sense is not very in my physical body. So how I understood the Bardo state was actually exiting these physicality of the body and entering into these unknown states that we might not even be able to feel in the three-dimensional world of five senses, six senses, or whatever senses that we have here. What do you
Mm.
think?
Yeah, that's interesting. Just you're anticipating that like it's are you moving through like the bodies that we have? Or is it just like dropping all of it and then entering kind of like the etheric?
Yes, it's like it's even moving through the bodies. It's just,
Hmm.
is it the actual sensation that we can feel, or is it just imagination? So the feeling of these passes through is what I'm talking about. We don't do we even have the feel, or can we feel these expansive, when your heart opens, you actually have the sensational feeling of, right? When you
Hmm.
just have your chest ripping through your rib cage because it's so big, your heart just becomes enlarged. That's that sensational feeling. So I don't know. I am detaching it from the physicality and the ability to feel what we feel here, and actually exiting the feelings, current capacity to feel and sensationalize textures like that, and moving it even beyond the depth, even beyond um, the comprehension.
Hmm.
What do you think?
Well, what stuck to me is it's like dropping the physical body, right? But the emotional experiencing is so intense and it feels like it could feel like forever. Like there's no sense of time.
Mm.
So, I mean, it's with everything in 22, it's our feeble attempts to grasp what it will be like or what it will feel like. Um, but what stuck out with me is like, okay, so if you have guilt that you haven't processed, or well, even if you've processed it, it sounds like whether you've done the work or not, like anything that you have experienced will kind of manifest as external forms, and then you'll be in this realm with entities whose frequencies can cause agony and terror. Say if it's guilt, shame, whatever, negative emotion, or joy and ecstasy. So it matches well with like in a lot in 22, it matches up with like the traditional Christian teaching in the Bible, of like this is heaven and hell, right? So if you've led a joyous life and you've had good karma and you've treated people well, you'll largely experience your own sort of heaven. And the same goes on the opposite side. But it's interesting because it's like um, we're not that simple where we only experience one thing. Like I believe almost everyone that's having this type of experience on the earth has both the negative states and the positive states. It's part of what it means to be human, right? So it's interesting to
Mm.
think like without the sense of time to kind of like place ourselves, and then without the physical body to um, come back to, I think the intensity comes because it's like we're just ripped open to all of the experience. And it kind of
Mm.
like, how can it be possible? Like it's hard to, you know, ultimately everything that we go through, positive or negative, we get to kind of like have this sounding board and have our tissues, have the memories, have the like we weigh it, we move it around, we weigh it, we test it. When something negative happens to you or someone starts to be awful to you as like a demonic entity, right now we get to choose. like how much of it we accept in, how much of it we reject, how much of it we excuse away. But this sounds like it's like unfiltered, right? So
Mm.
that to me, it's kind of like it is what it is what it is. I'm not going to be able to stop it, right? It's just going to happen.
Mm.
Um, but he mentions this is part of a redemptive process. So you get to meet the consequences of your actions, thoughts, and feelings while you are in form. So you're purging and cleansing the shadow aspects of your consciousness.
Mm.
Yeah. It's just, this is a tough topic. This is like
Really cool.
put
So
words to it.
I like what you just read. It's like it will was it which contains all the feelings, the thoughts. Where is it? And from your current life begins an alchemical process of separation and refinement. How about this?
Mhm.
Emotions as perception, that our body just reacts to it because we give it a story. And the nervous system, as you know, through the work, reacts from that reptilian brain of not only genetic programming and ancestral programming, but also your whole life here. Whether you sleep, you walk on the street, you are in relationship at the grocery store, it doesn't matter. The information received can be in a physical form, in a mental form, in the air, in the environment that you live in, a culture you grew up is like also either beneficial or not beneficial. So technically it can create the bad thoughts, bad feelings, and good thoughts and good feelings. So we're kind of like tossed in this like mixture of the possibilities to have many, many, many perceptions. And as that perception grows, the emotions start evolving. And not say pain is not the same. How I understand it, it's like my pain is not the same like yours. I'm sad today, but I'm not sad the same way that I was just last week. It's different. It has a different texture because the perception has a different angle to it. And so the mental, it goes like the astral and mental bodies are the bodies that are left behind after our death, which is very much attached to our ego and our definitions and individualism here, but also what makes us feel separate. And if we don't have emotions as a perception, our thoughts will be very different too. So what can we do to completely sign up for, I want to have all positive, high vibrational emotions, and I want to have all positive thoughts? We're not even conscious about our thoughts. Like 10% of the time, I know what I'm thinking about. When I go out there and I sleep, I have no clue what I'm thinking about. Right? So we are almost into this way of human life experience plotted into to not always be conscious and aware and in control of this very feelings, thoughts, emotions, so our mental bodies as well. So it's really what we're trying to do. How I understand it is like we're trying to control it. We keep coming back to it. I love how you said it is. It's like it's an anchor. You come back to, this is what I know because I feel, and I feel it here. And then once I discover what that is, I create the shadow to the light. I bring in that associated back. And from there, then I go. So as if like I am meant to be separate. I'm meant to feel like this separate, because then only I am aware that I can do something about it. And I enter into this shadow awareness to do something with it and merge it so that way I can have a different perspective and change the whole chemical process of it, emotions and thoughts. Do you, knowing where I'm going with it, it's like, I think, when you come back to that and you associate with all these bad feelings or how he calls it demonic feelings, or demonic
Mhm.
emotions. It's like, how are you sure? How do you know it's the karma that you're fixing? Your own karma, your own contribution, or ancestral karma. Because it's
How do you
heavy work.
know?
Yeah, it's work. You know you're working when you're kind of when you're battling the lower frequencies, the lower heavy thoughts, heavy emotions, heavy perceptions, these thoughts that come, these emotions that are birthed in you. How do you know you're actually doing your karmic work? And how do you know you're not creating another wave of karma by doing so?
Hmm. Yeah, it's potentially a good transition because the next section is about karma, but I'm kind of dodging your question because I don't know how to answer
Yeah,
it.
there's no answer to it. I
Yeah.
really like to go back to what he said later on in the time, is like how he explains it's like the the perception of karma is, it's my own.
Yeah.
I get to deal with this because it's my karma. But how he put it was really beautiful because it's everyone's karma together. It's like in this pool worth of karma that we contribute in this life, we're also gifted back to correct it or do some work around it. So my
Mhm.
question then to you is, how do you know you're fixing your own karma that you created versus a collective karma? You don't. We're just like constantly
Yeah.
working to correct something together.
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of it's challenging because like you said, it comes back to the desire, and that's what it is. It's desire. It's like in the because the bardo happens, he says, during and after death, the process of death, whatever that means. And what we lose is the single perspective, or we start to lose it. And so we lose the ability to have a story to tell and to have control. Because I mean, obviously this process seems completely uncontrollable. You just experience it however it is. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and so from this body, this perspective, my deepest desire is like, well, let me get a control on it. Even understanding it, let me understand this more. Let me study the Buddhist scriptures and try to figure out what Bardo is so I can know what I need to do beforehand so that it is the best experience for me. And it's like you're still missing the point because even in that, it's like your thoughts and feelings are trying to escape this experience, which is not about you having the best experience. It's just about what he says here. It's teaching you to accept your slice of the group karma and
Mm-hmm.
the opportunity to transmute it, whatever it is. So, yeah,
Mm.
it's beautiful. It's just really hard. It's like very difficult. Um, and this is the nature of creating a podcast about the Gene Keys. Like, because when you read it, you can kind of let it like sit and simmer, and you can kind of like accept it in a way that isn't um, like logically and using words to try to make
Mm.
ideas out of it.
Mm.
So in us discussing, it's like it's like how do I push this feeling out to you and then have a discussion about it? But
Mm.
I'm
Maybe
sure,
we can.
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm sure after 22 of these episodes, people that are listening have gotten that message over and over again. Like, how do we talk about this?
Mm. Maybe we can maybe try to in a different way rather than, because this is a pure transmission that he had. So when you read it, you feel that transmission of the energy. Maybe rather than explaining what he's trying to say, we can come back to that feeling of but this is what I felt when I read that.
Yeah. And so might as well bring this up since you're touching on it. I do have this like vision of doing something with the work here and communicating, like you said, the transmission. And often it's not through what we think of as like, let me tell you a story. It's actually like showing a story that has you feel it, right? Has you like, you can experience it. So maybe one day, that comes through.
We can try now. We can try now.
Okay.
If you, maybe we can, do you think it would be interesting to find a section that spoke to you or had that kind of replication into your body, whatever body, that you can kind of speak on? Because I do have one too. Can you, like, let's say if we were to speak about the instant karma, and how did you feel when you read this chapter?
Can I let you lead?
Okay. Okay, so okay. It's a page 166 in this like half of the part where I was laying down on the bed and I was reading it. It gave me the sense of I'm not only doing this for me, but rather it became a bigger obligation to do it, to do the work. And funny, it reminded me on social help and social work here, and the taxes that we pay for some reason. The taxes that we pay in the United States are not for us. It's actually for the older people that already went through what we are going through, and someone else will pay our debt, technically. And I laughed at it because it gave me this sense of liberation, because there was the sense of running out of time to complete what I needed to complete while I'm here. Like we talked earlier, the time is just flying and it's speeding up. And when I speak of the urgency that I feel inside me, I speak of it as, but I gotta do it now. And there's this like panic almost into there's no tomorrow that will repeat itself again. Like I have this opportunity to feel what I feel today. And I don't know, is it mine? I don't know, is it everyone else's? I don't know, is it my mother's? Is it collectives? Is it human? I really don't know. What I know is what I feel right now. And if it comes and hits me, and it's really hitting me really hard, you mentioned the dark night that you had. I don't have it. I don't have those moments just because. There must be a reason. So I trust that it's gifted for me to be triggered, to be kind of noticed, to be aware of that something is actually processing through me. When I read this part of instant karma, it gave me almost as a liberation that, holy shit, I'm not doing this only for me. Rather, I'm doing this for everyone, and everybody is doing this. I had a larger sense of space that I belong to by just reading this part. And that no matter how much, and almost like trust and hope and a stronger belief that we are headed towards the right direction. And that trust in the universe, it's like we said it many times, and I keep coming back to it. Like I trust the process even more after reading this. And it says soon, I really love this part a lot because we gotta cry, and I can't wait to see people tear up from the joys, tear up from the sadness. And he goes, soon, none of us will be able to hide the truth of our acts and feelings. It is not too distant future. The shadow will create almost instantaneous karma whenever someone behaves dishonorably. So the trusting in process just kind of ended up being much larger after I read this, as if like it's not going to be only me, right? It's going to be everybody. And how cool it is that we get to be aware of it and maybe even hold hands together while we're going through this process. So that was what I got from this small little part of this karma reading. I was really almost like happy, but happy in joys of, you know, doing it together, not feeling alone in all this, that I have to take the heavy, heavy load, heavier than my mom did. No, it's like we're all in it together. We just get to hold hands and actually have the sense of togetherness in this shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah.
How about you?
Maybe I'll share a transmission in one of the other chapters. I have a question for you. How did this feel for you, this last part? All human beings are given the feeling of free will. It's interesting because he says you're given the feeling of free will, not that you're given free will, in order to experience the consequences of their own deeds. But the key point here is that we do not learn through punishment and retribution, as so many religions would have us believe. We learn through joyousness and fulfillment, which comes through graciousness. Was that just a continuation of the transmission you already received?
The joy, you mean the feel, which part? The joy of it or the feeling of the having a choice or realization,
I
the
guess they're
reaction?
both they're both different. First, we'll talk about the learning happens through joy and fulfillment and not through the punishment, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, okay, so I'm gonna turn on and dial up my actual energy when it comes to this. Why? Because we dwell too much, and I always say we
Yeah.
dwell so much about the pain. It's like we connect on the pain level body. The pain body is what you want, and you can see, not you specifically, but it's like, oh, tell me how sad you were.
Yeah.
Why not tell me how fucking madly in love you were, or madly happy, or how you climbed the tree just because you freaking loved the tree that day, right? So tell me something out of your mind, crazy, so much that I can feel it too, and it becomes contagious that I want to climb a tree after you, and open alligator's mouth. I'm just coming up with shit, but
Yeah.
this is where the life force comes in place too. It's like you I there is a specific capacity and energy that it's maintained in the body. You can do something about it. If you don't move this energy, it can die. So you either evolve it or you devolve it. So you either grow it or you kind of construct it and close it off. Same way as the body. You have to move it. It's the laziest thing in the world. And if you don't move and put the effort into the body, it's going to go like this. It's easy to go like this because it's comfortable to not do anything. You actually have to stand up and make a force to actually do something about it and make it work for you. So the energy in us is that life force energy. I don't know how to transmit this other than actually rebuilding it. And it compounds, it grows and it evolves and becomes bigger, and it takes on larger energetic space, and it actually can move you mountains. And this life force energy is very joyous. Not only joyous, it's hot, it's fiery, it moves the mountains, it tears you apart to make an action. And if you don't make an action, you're just like, devolving it down, and you're kind of like shimmering it down. So the joy and fulfillment comes with the effort, and it can come in many different ways. This is just example of how it comes from me. It's like this morning, I'll just give you the example. My mom woke up and she's like, "You're..." First thing that she said this morning when she woke up, I wake up at 4. She woke up at 8. And we agreed, I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to make you coffee, my coffee, because she loves my coffee, at 8, sharp 8. And off I go, and off you go. And the first thing that she woke up with, she goes, "I cannot believe you are terrible." She told me that I'm terrible because I didn't wake her up earlier. And I said, "Zip, zip, because the way you decide to start your day is not the way I want to start my day. I do not accept your judgment whatsoever. I could care less about it. So you either rephrase your sentence and say that I'm the best daughter ever because I freaking made you coffee and I'm late, or I'm not going to talk to you your language." So, and this is the distinction of like, oh, I know what that will do to my day and what that will do to my energy, my thought process, my emotions, and my whole chemical chemistry here. It's like, I don't want it. Goodbye. I'm sorry. You can be a holy trinity. Like, forget about it. I'm not taking your shit anymore. Not my mom's shit. We're really in a good relationship, but that simple thing. And it's up to you to be aware of how you know, why wouldn't I call you to tell you, holy shit, you're beautiful, and give you the power, and you can just go and grow and take on the enjoyment and fulfillment. We don't do that. And to me, this means everything. So it's like there is the activation that comes with joyous and fulfillment and the joyous energy that actually lives in us. We just have to figure out how to get to that energy. And yes, we still have time to deal with shit too, but give me some joy, give me some fire. I want fire. I want to go to rocket ship. I literally want to go to another planet. Take me out of the earth. I'll come back to deal with shit, but take me out. I want to be able to laugh. I want to be able to literally run out of my words and just like pant because I am so hyped on life. Possible. I mean,
good. So good.
This is why you wanted actually to do the podcast with me, because of the exact same energy. Not because I'm so nice and I'm just like proper professional. There's not proper in like the life force flow that comes out of you. It really, it's very wild.
Yeah.
But it gets you sweaty. I always sweat when I talk like this. Go ahead.
Well, it's interesting because I'm thinking of Carly. She's naturally this, I wouldn't call her spunky, but she's playful. She's naturally playful, and she does the same thing with me. Like if I'm not doing well, like she'll be like, "Don't give me your shit. Go stay in bed or whatever you got to do. Like stop bringing that to me." Um, there's an element of like when we're suffering, we want validation for suffering. And so we try to, it's like crabs in a bucket, right? So it's like when we're down, we look for ways to have others share our perspective so that we don't feel so alone in like the suffering. But there's just like whatever it is. Ultimately, I think we're just not facing the learning that's there. And to me, recently, like what came through is like it's just a process of letting go. And then you don't learn when you're in it. And I think this is pointing to what he's talking about here. Like you don't learn while you're suffering. You don't learn while you're moping. Like you're not like, oh, I had this peak insight and I everything came together and I feel so horrible. It's like, no, that's not when it happens. It's like you've allowed the emotional state to work through you and you let go to some degree. And then in the letting go, it's like you feel lighter, you see things differently, like you see beauty in the things that you normally wouldn't. And in that, there's like these epiphanies that happen, these these snap moments where things come together and they make sense. So it's like um I think the hardest part for people that are already there in that playful land and that land of joy and like we're good, we you know we've got it figured out is what am I trying to say?
What's the hardest part?
I would say the hardest part for while you're in the shit is you don't want to believe that it's just you. Like you're just looking like you're just like, no, you're gaslighting me. You're gaslighting yourself. Like you're just not
Mm.
being honest with the fact that life sucks. Like this is bullshit and that's just not true. It's again, it goes back to perspective. So the trickiest part is like when you're playful and like you know like I've done my work. I've been through it. I've done it. I'm not saying I'm not sad or I haven't had a difficult day or I haven't experienced what you experienced. Maybe I have. But I'm not going to allow you to put me where you're at right now. It's like that boundary and communicating the boundary in a way that doesn't like
Got you.
alienate that person. Yeah, gut you or like I mean, in a sense, you kind of need to like if someone says like back off, Jack, and then that puts you in a hole, it's like, okay, well, you needed to go there. But
Yeah. Yeah.
but all to say, typically I've been on the receiving end of that. And it's just temporary. It's just a process of like, can you let go of whatever sense of control you think you have over your current situation? Because when you just decide, like, maybe I don't know, maybe I don't have it figured out, maybe I don't know what this is about, maybe I don't know why I'm here, well, all of it, just accept whatever comes in, and then it's like it washes you clean, like you feel cleaner after.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah.
And there's this moment of decision to let go. This like crossroad, this
Yeah.
judgment moment. Not judgment, like a supreme realization, this like trust that you gain in something. It's either you, your path, up there, something, but there is this innate, huh, it's not the end of the world. Like this like split second of realization that is that leap that you take into it.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
letting go, that does not mean suppressing what you're feeling, rather than accepting it. And it's really, really hard to do that. If you are able to do that alone, it's beautiful, especially if you know. And I find what is interesting and I'll just use yoga as example. I went to yoga for 7 years, and there's a lot of basic movements that I did wrong because I didn't know the right way. It took me to go to training to understand why I need to put myself in the down dog this way, or I don't know, warrior two, and how I actually need to shift my entire pose for the sake of what? The neutral spine. And I was like, why am I never, no one actually told me this. And I did it all wrong 7 years without knowing. So the moment I knew, because I went to school for it, I knew exactly my entire pose changed, not only in yoga, at the gym, in the training, the way I run and ride bike. Everything changed. So to me, it's like we don't, if we don't know why certain things are happening and how to get out of the state, if we don't know that the state is ending, you get lost in frantical thoughts and feelings of panic and anxiety. And
Yeah.
this is where getting lost in aloneness feels so separate from the world and everybody else. But rather than, hold on, you're just really going through the period right now, and tomorrow is a new day. But this sense of ending for it has to come from rationality somewhere, even if it doesn't show in the thought form. There's a knowing inside of you because you've already done it before, right? So it's like there's this trust
Mhm.
and knowing and anchor that you anchor into the body, saying, oh, I'm just like grieving the loss right now of a love, or a lover, and it might take me a month or two, but it will end. I've done this before. And that knowing is what actually allows the space for this waves to come in and back and forth, and for us to actually process. So knowing, and this is just for everybody, is like when you don't know where to go is where you get lost. But if you have someone that knows how to hold you or kind of guide you to find the lighthouse, that is everything, everything. And then you're allowed to actually feel it fully rather than repressing it because you don't know what to do with it. Knowing how to go about it, knowing the steps you need to take to exit is everything. It's the life saving.
Yeah.
This is where having a friend, a partner who knows that, you're just having a little childish moment, tantrums as a human and adult, I don't know, 45 or something, or midlife crisis. This is all normal,
Yeah.
You want to just shave your head like that.
Yeah.
And she's like, what? Why didn't you ask me? And you're like, why do I have to ask you? I want to shave, those simple accepting moments are very helpful to bounce it off of someone. Really, really important. How I think. I don't know. What do you think about it? Can you process it alone if you don't know where you're going? Or is it easier to process it when you know somebody gets you?
Well, I can only share, I should say, I will share only what I've experienced because it feels the most real to me. Like I can guess about what might be happening for the majority of people, but I don't know. So I would say this most recent dark night that I went through, it was very lonely. It was like I was very alone in it, and I did largely just process it alone. Um, and it wasn't a knowing that I'd been there before or that I could get out. It was more like a was more like just like layers of why are you holding on to that too? And there would be another one. Why are you holding on to that? Now, why are you holding on to that? Now, why should you do that or shouldn't do that? It just kept unraveling until I just was able to feel everything. So for me, like I think I don't know if this is definitively my core wound, but my strategy through most of my life has been suppression. But for me, like the letting go is like letting it up, like whatever it is, and removing the sense of control. So I think it's different, right, than how it might be for others. Because like you could tell me, and I trust you very much, like you could tell me exactly, like, Eric, you're going through this and it's temporary. It's going to be done in 5 days. I know because I've seen it. And I'll be like, I know I hear you, but it's not like landing. Like I don't, as much as I trust you, what I'm going through is different. Like I would always justify because it just feels like endless. And that's what the loop of anxiety is. It's not something that you can like think your way out of or make a plan to get out of or
Yeah.
so for me it was like you just need to feel this shit and just feel it so deeply. And if it sucks to feel it, then feel that too. And if you feel that by feeling it that you're weak and that you're not a man, then you just feel that too. And you just keep going. You just keep going until it's done. And then, that's when as soon as I like made the decision, like, okay, I'm tired of like fighting this, whatever it is, I'm just gonna go into it. It was like the stages quickly unfolded. It was like a rapid process. And then on the other side of it was like, oh, that's when the epiphanies came. Like, duh, like, yes, that is very it's a pattern that's played out. Like I've been down this road before. I've definitely had those thoughts and I've definitely been stuck in that way. It just feels different because my circumstances are different. I'm a father of three now and I've been married for 7 years. I live in Hawaii. Like we make all these stories, we attach these stories that have meaning, quote unquote meaning to our experiences, and that determines how we should behave, at least for someone that's used to suppressing. So for
Mm,
me, just letting go of that means like stop attaching meaning to who you're supposed to be because really you don't really fucking know. You're not supposed to know. And it's not until
mm,
after where I'm like, of course I'm just along for the ride. Um,
mm.
yeah.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. It reminded me of, you know, when when we are in these states of dysregulation, nothing you read will make sense.
Yeah.
It's like
Mhm.
no advice will ever ring a bell. No advice. So the fact that this actually happens is freaky. And this is where it reminded me when I did mushrooms alone in Vegas. And I remember my partner just left for work, and I was like, it's 10 a.m. I'm just going to do it on an empty stomach, a little bit of juice, extra, extra. And I went deep down the elevator, and I just wanted to see if I can come up with some creative side of me that it was offline, but I felt it was always there. And I freaked out in a moment that I overdosed and I'm alone and it's gonna take eight. I knew everything was happening where I was, but the
Mhm.
feeling of dying because I overdosed and nobody's gonna find me for the next 8 hours
Yeah.
was like, this is what it was. This thought just came as a sharp. And I was
Mhm.
like, so what if I die?
Yeah.
Oh, good. In the meantime, I want to see what's out there in the mind. And that's that acceptance that you're like, you know, it happens to me when I grieve a lot. And
Mhm.
I'm so sad that my heart actually slows down. It's beating so chemical, so body, so in the body that my thoughts become victimized. And I feel I did something wrong. And I find many reasons to find the wrongs in me rather
Mhm.
than actually, hold on, but you are a shit. Like, hold on, you also have, right? So forget about knowing the boundaries, forget about knowing what I stand for, my
Mhm.
truth, what I really desire in life. Like, none of it shows up, which is so fascinating to me. And these moments, if we only really believed ourselves, is like, but let me go through it and allow them to process. I you know, with Vita, I know how to kind of use it as an internal family system way. It's like, now I want to take you, you're coming up, I'm going to give you the voice, and now I'm putting you back and giving you a different role. And it's like a beautiful process, which really is like helping. But most of the time I'm freaking tired of doing that. It's like it's a lot of effort to put and find a
Mhm.
place for all these different things, right? So it takes a lot of time rather than relaxing into it and surrendering. So good for
Mhm.
you. Really good for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Yeah, there's an
Would you
element with what's
go ahead?
that?
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, there's an element with psychedelics, like where when you take too much and you don't really have like an out, where you're like, your brain is like so opened. So you have this idea, you have this like small idea, like ultimately I'm gonna be okay. No one's ever like truly died. And then it just explodes into like, no, this is different. Like like
Yeah, this is different. I'm different. I'm special.
yeah, no one's done it
All
like
the
this.
voice.
And yeah, I don't have anyone to go to. Um, psychedelics are a wonderful tool because it can accelerate some of the things it takes time to work through, So
I would love to do mushrooms with you
yeah,
next year
let's do
and
it.
somewhere there in the nature. I think it will be like total. I can't even imagine. I think this will be another level of like, who the fuck are you? It's like, what? I think that would be really cool. I trust you enough to do it with you. I know. Yeah. But I wanted to ask you something. In the
Mhm.
moments, now when you know in the dark nights of your soul that you just passed alone on your own, It's not the last time. Meaning it's not done and over forever. It will be the energy like that will also wants to probably express itself many, many more times in life. Would
Mhm.
you reach for help at those times in the future? Or would you seclude yourself to do your own work on your own going forward?
Uh, I don't know. Yeah, it's very circumstantial, and I think the circumstances of life kind of dictate what level of um, depths we need to touch. So in this instance, it came along with a sickness, and so that
Mm,
isolated me physically because I was like sick and I just was like stuck. And then um, that brought up many layers in like the relationship with Carly and I because then she felt like she didn't have my help and she had 3 kids and it was the same time that they're off of school all at
mm,
once. And so it's just like layers and layers and layers. And it was by nature, like I'm watching my experience, feeling what I'm feeling, and I'm watching her experience. And then I had the wisdom in this instance to know I can't go to her. Like that's not the right
mm,
move. Um, and who do I go to? Is someone really gonna is anyone else gonna really understand? And in the moment, circumstantially, like I hadn't talked to you in 3 months. If we were meeting more regularly, I might have reached out to you. I had thought of people to reach out to, but it really felt like the aloneness was, it's, yeah, and this kind of touches on like the feeling of free will that we have. Do we actually have free will? I don't think that the depths that I was sent in were for me to have someone help walk me through it. It just had to be like, this is just for you. Because
mm,
the realizations that were happening were about my aloneness, right? And I couldn't
mm.
have felt those if I had reached out for help. Or I mean, maybe circumstantially, someone would have been like, "I'm sorry, I can't help you right now," and then I would have gone through anyway. Um,
Yeah.
all that to say, yeah, it is what it is. It happened,
Mm.
and uh, I could say I
The
would do it
reason why,
different in the future, but yeah.
yeah, the reason why I'm asking is because those states are often the states we would not ask for help.
Yeah.
Because not only are you dealing with that current problem, because speaking from me too, I would not ask when I am in the corner of my cave. I cannot even put myself together to ask for help and to open myself up even more to vulnerability and possibility for someone
Hmm.
else to
Hmm.
tell me I don't have time for you, because it would just crush
Yeah.
me even in pieces. And this is so present in everybody, but this is where trusting someone to be there, and often we look up to our partner for everything, right? So it's like
Yeah.
not only the mother, the reproduction, the pay the bills,
Yeah.
logistics in life, but also see me for who I am is everything. And this is actually something that I'm learning, believe or not, because I would not ever, ever, ever ask for help, no matter what, to this day. So opening up to being so vulnerable in the depths of this, that like painful process, is another layer of surrendering.
Hmm.
And and often comes with, and like you said, it's circumstantial. Sometimes you really want to just process shit on your own and feel that strength back within on your own. But oftentimes I'm like, I wish I had someone to talk to that I trust so much with my rawness. And
Hmm.
there's this woman, and people like to give advices. The
Yeah.
last thing is that I need is for you to tell me what I need to do. And
Mhm.
that's the part that it's like, we are by default giving the advices, and this like type of, and I'm not saying therapy or holding anyone's container is like, I'm hoping we will learn in the future how to be there for each other, just to listen, because it's not ever about me coming to you so you can tell me what I need to do. It's actually me coming to you to tell you how heavy I feel and what am I going through, so honestly, so raw, in such a format where I'm like, but I feel like I'm gonna die, right? So,
Mhm.
and rather than you hugging me, telling me it's gonna pass, I don't want to hear any of it. I want you to hear what I have to say. That part is actually processing it, giving it a voice rather than holding it into the isolation. And that is, I hope, the spaces that we are going to be capable of creating for one another in the future as a human beings. Rather than me giving you the advice, it's just my projection on you. I shouldn't be at all. I should just look into your eyes and listen to what you have to say in a complete silence and acceptance. It's
Mhm.
beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's we have inner relationships too. We have the relationship of like your higher self. And I don't know if I didn't really reach out even to that. It was a very isolated incident. And then after it was done, um, you know, uh Dunia reached out and I just briefly mentioned like, yeah, I just went through one of the hardest periods of my life. And she was like, oh, I can make, she was saying like she couldn't make the session work. And she's like, I can definitely make it work. Like, do you need to meet? And I was like, I think I need time to integrate. I don't, because I kind of had, I've already let go of it. And so it was just a matter of like, I think this just needs time. And it was
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah. And I think what Richard is talking about in the process of our evolution, as we personally come to these realizations that come through joy and fulfillment, I think we access depths that we didn't know we had. And then the same token, like I think we can sense when someone else is in that state and then not needing the advice. And I think things have gotten a lot better. Um,
Mm.
we could probably ask like our grandparents if they're still alive, like if you had a difficult week and you reach out to someone, what would they say? They'd be like, get to work. Like, what are you doing? Stop crying. Don't be weak. You know what? I mean, it depends on so many factors, but all that to say, I think the evolution is happening and it is, it's already beautiful, like how much we can show up for one another. It's already like incredible.
Yeah.
And you're so right in like these spaces that we create, these one-on-one spaces are so potent. So much
Mm.
can come through. And for me personally, it's often not until much later where I realize like the change that I've experienced just from entering into the space
Yeah. So cool. And
and trust.
trust in you, trust in the other. And I think this is where the energies just find each other. And this is where, I don't know if you remember, or maybe Jinky number 3 or 4 or 5, and you and I actually have a little mini shorts video on it. And you went, I hope you know, the moment you don't want to talk to me, I'll be totally fine.
Yeah.
I was like, that's that's what this whole energetic merge for the time being is meant to create, something and then kind of evolve to something different, is
Hmm.
very happening. I don't trust everyone, but not personality. I don't trust any personality. I don't trust you on energetic level that you can hold my tree and my cosmos. And I'm not afraid or ashamed to say that I speak out of earth, meaning I think outside, I am out there. I don't know where, but I don't feel like I'm grounded. And I need you to ground me. Don't fly off with me. but today I need you to ground me. The next day, I need you to fly off with me. So that's where the vulnerability comes in place to trust, at least for me. It's like I trust to connect with the energies, and I trust that they know what they're doing for the time being. And I also trust that when it's done, and it's completed and it's beautiful, and both just take off with the abundance and magic that happened in togetherness, right? It's like I had this saying recently. It's like, you're blue, I'm red, but when we blend in together, we're purple. Totally different.
Mhm.
So, right?
Mhm.
Doesn't matter where you at, but the moment we blend in, our energies is like a totally different energy we're talking about. That's the space. So I really, really hope we know how to do that. Well, at least I'm learning how to do that. And I hate to call it a container. It's so outdated. It's like, or a session, or like, come on, just like emergency, urgency, emergency,
Yeah.
merge to emerge.
Yeah.
Something different. It's like, right.
Yeah. Yeah, language is so powerful, and we cast spells, when we speak, so we have to be careful about how we frame things.
Yeah. Well, my dear, it is 7:30 already, and we didn't even really pass through it. But
Yeah,
do you
we
think
got two
part
pages.
we did? But I think the gift itself kind of, maybe we can continue on the gift, because there's a lot to speak on this. And I really like how he broke it down into these human shadow states that we, you know, it's underneath all our suffering. And I think they
Mhm.
deserve like good, like an hour and a half to
Yeah,
two for the next
yeah,
session. What do you think?
absolutely. Yep.
Totally. And just last question, do you feel anything from the 22nd, Jinky? Do you feel in you something is shifting from the 22nd? Not 55th, 22nd. Because it's your EQ, right?
It's sphere of
Departure.
attraction.
Oh,
Let me pull it. Let me pull it up. Yeah, this is a complicated one for me. Find it here. Yeah, sphere of attraction. So it sits in that like sacral area, and it's a line 5, which is entrapment, sensuality. Um,
huh.
so what was it? I was reading today, and I was like, things were clicking. I don't know. I don't want to skip ahead too much.
But do you feel it like separated from the 55th?
Yeah, this feels completely different to me.
So how do you feel having both keys?
I don't know.
I, I feel like
I don't
this is
know.
right. There's like, do you do you find a high obligation? Do you feel more responsible?
I feel, yeah, like to be honest with you, when I look at it, you ask me the question, I think about it. I try to just go,
Not
whatever
me.
I'm supposed to do it'll happen, because it feels, if I dwell on it too long, it feels like a heavy yoke.
Mm.
It feels like, oh, I'm supposed to do something great. And then in a similar vein, like human design, they're like I don't even, I haven't really studied it, so forgive me, people that know this well, but it's like the right angle cross of the sleeping phoenix or something.
Mm.
So it sounds like, I'm sure a lot of them sound quite profound, but it sounds heavy. Like a phoenix is like, the death and rebirth and carrying the weight of like the new, whatever that means. So what I feel called to with 22 feels like potentially transmuting, integrating my sexual desire, lust, and then finding an avenue for creativity and also like not denying parts of myself. Like there's layers to that. And then 55 is just it kind of like is the underlying flavor of everything I go through. Whereas 22 is like more
Mm,
how do I say it? It's more upfront, it's more personal, it's
mm,
deeper, if it has more like meaning attached to it, it has more at least right now it feels like it has more potential for transformation. And
mm.
then 55, I feel like I have time. I'm like, I'll get to that later. But I mean, I'm heavily aware of like just the aspect itself of like victimization. Like that's a recurring theme, and I'm sure you feel that too. It's like it always shows up.
Mhm.
So not to say I'm not working through it, but it's kind of like I've given that I've kind of like compartmentalized that, whereas 22, I'm like, yeah, there's definitely potential that I'm working through with 22, 55. It's like it's almost like I've given it the freedom, it's like its own animal. It'll kind of manifest.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks for sharing. Because you can,
Yeah.
it's like concretize. The 22 feels like, yes, like a lot of uh dealing with as the flows come in, as these
Hmm.
things pop up. The Well, not only the shadows, more like wounds, the
Hmm.
the realizations, the feelings, rather than the 55 feels like, okay, now I need to take a, paint and color something. It's almost like I have to come up with the headstrong and sit and think and
Yeah.
bring kind of, show something else rather than what I already know. But I remember reading somewhere that the 22 is the base for the 50-50 to happen. And 50-50 cannot until the 22 is actually like
Right.
really layered and evolved to that level of grace, which is really cool.
Right. Yeah.
Nice.
Where is 55 for you again? Is it your pearl?
Mm,
Yeah.
Pearl.
Oh.
Yeah, well,
Um, Real quick, do you feel comfortable sharing like what would be the difference between like life's work and pearl?
how I understand it, the
Hmm.
pearl is everything.
Hmm.
All your life. Life work is like what you're gifting to humanity, what gives you the life force. Like the work you're here to do. But the pearl is your uniqueness that you are collecting through all these sequences: evolution, Venus, karma, dharma, soul, work, vocation, and kind of all coming back together. This is my brand. This is what I leave behind, but it has my unique note to it, unique
Oh.
music note, unique color to it, because I went through all these patches of life, including, evolution and life and purpose and activation, attraction, and stuff like that. And it only gets activated towards once you pass through all these passages. This is how I understand it. Because it has to, once you pass through, IQ, EQ, and SQ, then that becomes your life work, which is actually the work you're giving to the humanity. And then becomes your culture, which is you're sharing that with a larger audience. And then that becomes your brand, who you are remembered to be afterwards. But I
Uh,
get it as your uniqueness, your unique perspective added to your overall life here.
mhm.
Emotions, karma, relationships, suffering, a little bit of joy, a little bit of everything together.
Mm.
Like your eulogy, maybe.
Yeah. Thank
What?
you for sharing. Oh, did you ask
Yeah.
a question?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Like it reminded me on the eulogies, like what would you be remembered for
yeah.
when horizontal? Yeah.
Yeah, my
Ah, it's
pearl
just so cool.
is 31, arrogance, leadership, humility.
Hmm. Arrogance.
Yeah.
Hmm.
You didn't know me before.
But those are the 20s. That's no one knows anything in 20s. 30s are like the hardcore suffering. Well, you're about
Yeah,
to, right? Wait, how old are you?
33.
Oh, 40s apparently are the best. I can't wait. Mm. When you give less shits about everything.
Is that when it starts?
Well, it starts after, astrologically, it starts after Uranus opposition, which is 37, 38, 39, 40, 41. And that's where you move through this portal. So everything related to the values in life, emotions, love, money, relationships, everything that you know of changes completely. It gets a brand new facelift, brand new definition, brand new feelings of it. And it's like, holy shit, I married you? Who are you? That's where the midlife crisis happens. It's like, who are you? I don't know you. Like, you're a totally different person. I look at your face and I'm like, I need a divorce right now. I cannot. That's that's astrologically half life, so called. And
Um,
after that, the beautiful 40s happen.
do you think
But
it's
anyway,
easier for a couple that they're the same age because they're kind of going through it at the same time? Or does that make it more messy?
oh, I don't know. I never dated someone my age. I always dated older women.
Hmm.
But I don't know. It depends on your own evolution and where you are in it, and really how you consider yourself intelligent in emotions and your soul level, and how much work you've done, and what are you really like, kind of, I don't know, seek to do, and
Hmm.
how did you change, and are you willing to actually fall in love with someone else who already changed?
Hmm.
I love these
Yeah.
questions, which is
Hmm.
why I want to be single for the rest of my life. It's like, no, I can't deal with this. You see, not like I'm doing everything that I can in my power. I give up of a lot of things. Like, I don't want to deal with this. Forget about it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I honor that. I honor that decision. And whether it remains or if you change, I get both sides.
well, I think I am noticing the pattern and my dharma when it comes to love. I used to say, it's like, I only have two things going on in my life, career and love. Like, I don't really
Mhm.
have any other problems. Both of them are my problems. Like, I have full-time job dealing with these just two things, especially relationships. So it's a full hand of closings and all these different things that but not everyone's dharma is the same. So,
Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
mm, anyhow, next time, let me know what time, and then I'll send the invite.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Happy New Year
Happy New
to
Year.
you.
Happy Black Moon.
Happy Black Moon. Happy New Year, and off we go.
Off we go.
Love you, man.
Love you.
All right, say hi to Carly and kids. Talk
Okay,
soon.
will do.